much more. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, Sirius XM Channel 89, and on the Sirius XM app.
Hello, Blue Jay fans. I'm Craig Ballard, host of your daily Locked On Blue Jays podcast. Locked On Blue Jays is part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day. Locked On Blue Jays brings you the latest Blue Jays news and analysis and breaks down all of the action. Locked On Blue Jays is everything a Blue Jays fan could want, all in a 30-minute daily podcast. Download Locked On Blue Jays right now on the SXM app, available with all trials and popular plans, or wherever you get your podcasts. Search Locked On Blue Jays.
The most important person in sports is you, the fan.
Let me tell you something. I'm a real fan.
And your place for sports talk is Mad Dog Sports Radio, where your voice is heard all day long.
I couldn't wait to get into the truck, turn on 82.
Share the thrill of victory.
The joy, the jubilation. I can't stop smiling.
And the agony of defeat.
When is this franchise going to realize people really care about this?
Passionate sports fans call 888-MAD-DOG-6.
You gotta love sports.
Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the Sirius XM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
What are you on? Is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Low rounding and heading for second. The throw. In time.
On the Sportsnet Radio Network.
A new face at the hot corner. With lineup struggles the last few days, the Blue Jays shake it up in a major way today. Toronto starts Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at third base, looking for a series win in this rubber match. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in today. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host, Nick Blackmore is our producer, and Tom Young and Andrew Adams are our technical directors. Toronto Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Spring Hill and Truro, Nova Scotia. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com, Canada's #1 rust protection. While a lot of the attention today will be focused on third base, on the mound, Chris Bassitt looks to build off a strong May that he finished with 12 consecutive scoreless innings. Quinn Priester was called up today for Pittsburgh and will start on the other side. The final game of the series is next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, streaming on Sportsnet.ca, the Sportsnet app, and across the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart deferred payment program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Bring excitement to your landscape with proven winners, Color Choice Shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better, so they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for proven winners, Color Choice Shrubs, in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
The conference finals are here.
It is over! The Rangers win and advance to the Final Four!
And the place to hear the NBA and NHL hometown announcers is the Sirius XM app.
Luka against Gobert between his legs, stepping back for the win. He got it!
When the games mean the most, you want that local perspective.
An epic best-of-7 battle.
Syncing your hometown announcers to the action is easier than ever. Listen at home on your smart speaker or phone with the all-new Sirius XM app.
He scores! Are you kidding me?
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's Holy Grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to Sirius XM FC 157.
Radio Network.
We just really didn't get anything going, really. That was kind of the MO. They had a chance in the first, Bars triples, to get a little bit of momentum back there. he kind of got on a little bit of a roll.
You guys are also the number one scoring team in the second inning. Can you make any sense of that whatsoever with the adjustments game, or is there any logic to that?
No, between the first and second, no. I mean, I think it just comes down to sticking to your plan, sticking to your approach, and getting it done. That's a little bit weird, I think, between the first and second. Whether it is where we are in the lineup and things like that, that's a little bit weird. But I think it's nice to get on the board early. Today didn't happen.
Regardless of the inning, the Blue Jays did not come up with much yesterday from the bats. They lost 8-1 to the Pittsburgh Pirates to even up this series. The rubber match is about to get going in downtown Toronto at Rogers Centre. Appreciate you joining us. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. And Chris, a lineup shakeup, to say the least, for the Blue Jays in an attempt, we think, to get Justin Turner, Daniel Vogelbach, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. all into the same lineup. The Blue Jays have started Vlad at third base for the first time since 2019.
Well, I personally like the move. We've seen him over at first base make some incredibly athletic plays. He still has the strong arm. Once in a while, we see him make that throw from first to third when a runner's trying to take that extra base, and he throws bullets over there. This is a guy that can do it all. I personally think that he will be comfortable over there. He does take ground balls on occasion during batting practice, pregame, things of that nature. But I think he's ready to play over there. I think he's athletic enough, and I think that arm strength will play.
It'll be interesting to see. We'll get to the starting lineups in a sec, but first let's go to the standings, brought to you by Bet365. At Bet365, you can bet live in-game on game props, totals, and the money line. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. A lot of teams in action right now, but before the day got started, the Yankees leading the division at 41-19. Baltimore is 37-19. The Red Sox in third, 30-29, and then a tie between the Blue Jays and Rays for fourth. Tampa Bay 28-31. Toronto 27-30. On the other side, Pittsburgh opens up fourth in the National League Central, 27-31, 8 games back of the Milwaukee Brewers. Chris, who are in the lineups today, starting with Derek Shelton's Pittsburgh Pirates?
Well, leading off for the Pittsburgh Pirates is the veteran Andrew McCutchen. He'll DH. In left field, batting second is Brian Reynolds. Connor Joe will hit third and play right field. At shortstop and batting in the cleanup spot will be O'Neal Cruz. Cabrian Hayes will play third base and hit fifth. Batting sixth and playing second base will be Nick Gonzalez. At first base is the former J. Rowdy Tellez. He'll hit seventh. Batting eighth and playing center field is Ji-Hwan Bae. And batting ninth and catching will be Grant Koch. On the mound with an 0-4 record is Quinn Priester. And for the Toronto Blue Jays, leading off and playing left field is Davis Schneider. Behind the plate and hitting second will be Danny Jansen. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. will bat third and play third base. In the cleanup spot will be Bo Bichette. He'll play shortstop. DHing and batting fifth is Daniel Vogelbach. Playing first base and hitting sixth is Justin Turner. Batting seventh and playing right field will be George Springer. Dalton Varsho will hit eighth and play center field. And batting ninth will be Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. He'll play second base. On the mound is righty Chris Bassitt.
Chris Bassitt entering today with a 5-6 record, 4.03 ERA. He's just walking back from the bullpen now, so we are not going to get underway at the scheduled 1:37 first pitch. John Schneider went out to talk to the umpires. Not sure how they feel about this, but Bassitt just getting in to the Blue Jays dugout right about now. That 5-6 record, near 4 ERA in 11 starts. Bassitt with 56 strikeouts and 25 walks in 60 1/3 innings pitched. Tough start to the year, pretty strong May overall. A 2.4 ERA in May and 12 consecutive scoreless innings coming into this game, albeit both of his last two starts coming against the worst offense in Major League Baseball, the Chicago White Sox.
I think he's really starting to lean on that sinker more. He's throwing it 40% of the time, and we've seen a lot of good sinkers this season, starting them off the plate inside, albeit he's struggled against lefties this season, starting off the plate inside and kind of running back over the inner third, starting it backdoor to right-handed hitters off the plate and running it back over the plate. He's really figured out how to throw that sinker and how to mix in that really slow curveball. His last start, he struggled with a neck issue. I noticed the bruising on the back of his neck from cupping, which is it helps sometimes if you have an achy neck or an achy back, and Hopefully he's gotten over that issue, but in his last start with that neck issue, he was pretty incredible.
He completely changed his mechanics and still was very effective. 5 scoreless innings against the White Sox, gave up 5 hits, no walks, and that has been a bit of an issue so far this year for Bassitt, and he struck out 7 in that appearance. He is on the mound right now. Justin Turner is tossing ground balls to the infield, including Vladimir Guerrero Jr. warming up at third base. We're about to get started in the first inning, which is brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong. Feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. Andrew McCutchen, Brian Reynolds, and Connor Joe will hit today for the Pirates in the top of the first inning. The Pirates are wearing their road black jerseys with gold or yellow font and gray pants. For the Blue Jays, home whites, blue font, and they have the number 4 patch on the jersey. It is the 4th annual Lou Gehrig Day, recognizing and supporting those who live with ALS. Bassitt getting his warm-up pitches in. This rubber match, a big one, Chris. The Blue Jays win in 14 innings in Game 1. They got thoroughly dominated throughout yesterday in an 8-1 loss to Pittsburgh. Now they want to try and get a series win before one of the best in the American League, the Orioles, come to town.
Yeah, they're 27-30. You can't go to 27-31 with the Orioles coming in for 4 straight games. This is a big, big game for the Blue Jays, but it's also a big game for the Pirates. The Pirates need to win this game as well, so I'm looking forward to seeing this matchup today.
Pirates are half a game behind where the Blue Jays are at 27-31. Andrew McCutchen is stepping into the box, and we are just about ready to go. Right-handed hitter has hiked up his gray pants, exposing black socks, taps the plate, and looks out at Bassitt, who's kicking dirt away from the rubber. Bassitt facing home, takes a deep breath, into the wind, kicks and delivers. First pitch fastball, strike 1. Time of the first pitch today, 1:40 Eastern. The roof is closed. It's 17 degrees outside in downtown Toronto. Cloudy, a little bit of rain earlier in the day. Bassitt kicks and delivers the 0-1. Slow breaking ball, foul tipped into the glove of Danny Jansen, 0-2. The right-hander takes a deep breath, steps to the side, 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Goes outside with the cutter and gets McCutchen on 3 pitches to start the game.
And there's that elevated cutter that he's so good at throwing. A lot of hitters think that thing will be a sinker and sink back down to the barrel, but it just continues to run away from the barrel, and he threw that thing to perfection right there.
First time that McCutchen hasn't reached to start a game in this 3-game series. First pitch to Brian Reynolds, called strike 1. Throwback from Jansen to Bassitt, gets away for a moment. Bassitt to the third base side to pick up the ball. No score, top of the first inning, 1 out. Switch hitter Reynolds bats from the left side. .252 hitter, tied the team lead with his 8th homer yesterday. 0-1. Called strike 2.
The first thing I noticed early on in this ball game is there's less bruising on the back of that neck from the cupping that he had prior to his last start. That means that his neck is probably feeling better.
And he's setting up a little bit more true to what he usually would, rather than his abbreviated windup and his setup in the stretch where he was facing home plate in his last start. Infield shifted to the pole. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., the third baseman, playing almost at shortstop. 0-2 pitch. Just inside, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Really tried to throw that sinker there to the front hip and have it ride back over the plate. Didn't quite get it enough. Just a hair inside.
Bassitt goes to his right hip to the pitch comm, communicating with Jansen, who goes to his right knee. Bassitt to the right hip again, and now we're ready to go. The 1 ball, 2 strike pitch. Check swing. Pitch was high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bassitt shrugs his shoulders and looks in at Reynolds. The 2-2. Line softly, left field. Charging in, Schneider dives, and it bounces off his glove and rolls toward Guerrero at third. A single for Reynolds. He's aboard with 1 out.
I'll tell you what, that was a dangerous play right there from Davis Schneider. He was caught in between. You could tell he wasn't sure whether he wanted to dive, whether he wanted to to let that ball drop, and he chose to dive. Blue Jays got lucky there. If that ball gets past him, Brian Reynolds is probably standing maybe on third base.
Schneider actually got up and looked behind him, thinking that it went past him, but he deflected it enough to keep Reynolds at first. One out. The pitch to Connor Joe. Hit foul, 0-1. No score, top of the first inning of this rubber match. Chris Bassitt working from the stretch for the first time today against the right-handed hitting Joe. Pirates right fielder's a .281 hitter this year, 6 homers, 24 RBIs. 0-1. Bounce foul off to the left, and it's 0-2.
We saw that velo way down in Chris Bassitt's last start, obviously because of the neck problem, but he was 90 to 92. He's already mixed in a couple of 93s today. That's a good sign.
Although Bassitt's got 8 pitches, he's going to throw that sinker far more than anything else. The righty kicks and fires. Slow breaking ball hits Joe. And after going ahead, no balls and 2 strikes, Joe gets first base and Reynolds is pushed up to second.
Well, I bet that Chris Bassitt is upset with the way that Connor Joe kind of leaned into that pitch. He saw that pitch coming. He knew it was a 70-mile-an-hour curveball, kind of just turned the body just a little bit so the ball would hit that elbow. I'm actually surprised that Chris Bassitt didn't say something there.
Bassitt back on the rubber, goes to his hip. Trouble to work through here in the top of the first after Joe hit by a pitch. First and second, 1 out. Pitch to O'Neal Cruz, fouled back. 0-1. Blue Jays trying to avoid the same fate they had yesterday. Toronto was down 3-0 before even hitting for the first time. Mostly due to a 2-run shot by Brian Hayes in the top of the first. Hayes is on deck. Cruz at the plate after a day off yesterday. 0-1. Called strike 2. Good fastball on the outside edge. Cruz hitting .241 this year, 12 doubles, a triple, and 7 homers. Bassitt sets first base side of the rubber, looks in at the 6'7" shortstop Cruz. Here's the pitch. Called strike 3. Fastball on the inside edge. Cruz is down, 2 outs.
And that was nasty right there. O'Neal Cruz shaking his head, didn't like that call. But that was a perfect sinker. Started off the plate inside and caught the inside part of that strike zone. Danny Jansen helping out Chris Bassitt there with a great frame. That thing's beautiful right there.
Bassitt's numbers against left-handed hitters has improved over the year, although still not at the point where they'd want it to be. 2 down in the right-on-right pitch to Brian Hayes. Slow curve outside. 1-0. No score. Brian Reynolds on second and Connor Joe on first in the top of the first. Bassitt steps on the rubber, presses his glove into his left knee, and now comes set at the belt. A look at second at Reynolds and the pitch. Slow curve for a strike. 1-1 now the count on the Pirates' third baseman. Bassitt staring out at Reynolds before he steps on the rubber. Both Pirates runners already have their leads. Now Bassitt stepping on and stepping off. Once again, he'll reset the clock. Sweat already glistening off the arms of Bassitt. The righty kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. Put the cutter past Hayes, 1-2.
There's that elevated cutter again. He's probably going to start to lean on that. The more success he has with that elevated cutter, you'll see him throw it more and more.
Big crowd today on a Junior Jays Sunday. They're getting loud as Bassitt looks to strike out a third batter here in the first. First and second, 2 down, no score, top of 1. The righty's pitch. Outside with a fastball, 2-2.
95 right there with the fastball.
Reached back for a little extra, but yanked it away to the left. Bassitt nods ahead of the 2-2. Here it is. Called strike 3. Fastball on the outside corner. And Bassitt strikes out a trio around a hit and a hit batter in a scoreless top of the first. Davis Schneider to bat next against Quinn Priester. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
Hey, this is Tim Meza. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timbermark broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. No score, bottom of the first inning, Pirates and Blue Jays. Quinn Priester kicks and fires. First pitch to Davis Schneider is called strike one. For Priester, his 6th start of the year, a 4.33 ERA, 0-1. Bounce to the left side. Hayes ranging in front of the shortstop. Cruz picks it up, throws to first. One down. Priester with an 0-4 record so far this year, but it's a little deceiving. The Pirates have averaged 0.8 of a run per game that he has pitched in. In 3 of the 5 starts he's made, Pittsburgh was shut out entirely. Right-hander called up today to fill the 5th starter spot. His pitch to Danny Jansen, called strike one. Home plate up is Eric Backus. Laz Diaz, the crew chief at first. Trip Gibson at second. Charlie Ramos at third. 0-1 pitch. Jansen starts the swing, stops. Pitch was down and away. Appeal to first, and Laz Diaz says that Danny held back, so it's 1-1. Priester into the wind. His pitch. Outside, 2-1. Danny Jansen hitting .287 this year, 10 doubles, 5 homers. Next pitch, downstairs, 3-1. It's been a patient year for Jansen, 14 walks to 18 strikeouts. 3-1. Swing and a bouncer foul, 3-2.
The Blue Jays will need to be patient today against Priester. In 2023, in his first year with the Pirates, Priester was walking 27 guys in his 50 innings. And this year, he's walked 10 in 27, so he's cut that down a little bit, but still walking a lot of guys.
Jansen fouls off the 3-2. They'll do it again at that count. A lot of homers given up as well. If you look this year, ERA is somewhat good considering he's given up 7 homers in 27 innings. 3-2 pitches, roped to left field, on a line, down and bouncing up against the wall. Jansen around first, big turn, and he heads back to the bag. Good relay throw back in by Reynolds. It's a long single with 1 out.
Well, Jansen hit that ball so hard that he's on first base instead of second base, but he goes down and golfs that thing on a line off the fence in left field.
So Jansen aboard, and here comes Vladimir Guerrero Jr., the Blue Jays' third baseman. Priester from the set, the pitch. Called strike one. For Guerrero, his first start at third since 2019, has played 4 innings of baseball at third base since his rookie year. The 0-1. Swing and a bouncer up the middle, right at Cruz, the shortstop. Flips over to second one. Throw over to first, way late. Guerrero legs out a fielder's choice, but now 2 down.
I think the biggest thing when thinking about Vlad at third base is that you have to remember that he's taking ground balls regularly over there. And I don't mean every day, because that would be a lot, but he's taking ground balls once a week, maybe once every couple of weeks, just to stay sharp over there. And I know that's not in-game situations, but he still has been taking regular ground balls over there.
And he was playing third a lot of the time. And the minors, obviously, coming up as he came up to the Blue Jays as a third baseman as a rookie. Here's Bo Bichette, the shortstop, first pitch. Inside, ball 1. No score, bottom of the first. 2 outs and a runner on first. Guerrero takes his lead, being held on by his former teammate, Rowdy Tellez. 1-0 to Bichette. Swing and a foul off. Bo hitting .241 this year, 9 doubles, a triple, and 4 homers. Tellez talking to Guerrero at first as Vladdy takes his lead. 2.5, maybe 3 steps off the bag at first. The 1-1. Bichette swings and misses, 1-2. That time, Bo swung over top of the Quinn Priester slider. For Priester, he uses his mid-90s sinker the most, but flips in the curve and slider a fair amount. Has a changeup he uses as well. Righties 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Slider in the dirt. Bichette goes down, and the one hit for the Blue Jays is stranded on first base. No score at the end of 1. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
I'm Ashley Flowers, host of the #1 true crime podcast, Crime Junkie. Join me for a brand new episode of my new show, Crime Junkie AF, exclusively on SiriusXM. We explore cases unfolding right now, keeping you on the pulse of true crime. You can listen to the brand new episode of Crime Junkie AF now. Just search for Crime Junkie AF on the SiriusXM app.
Tell your family and friends. SiriusXM radios are on free now through June 3rd. Visit SiriusXM.com/listen to see what's on.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
The South Carolina Gamecocks are on top of the women's college basketball world yet again.
Perfection for South Carolina. 38 games, 38 wins.
We're reacting to the perfect season and talking to the biggest names right here on Channel 374.
Congratulations, Coach Saley. What does this particular title mean to you?
This title is pretty special because it was unexpected.
Keep it locked into SiriusXM SEC Radio as we continue to break it all down and celebrate the Gamecocks' 3rd national title.
Hi, this is Alexa. Did you know you can listen to this game on devices with Amazon Alexa? Download the SiriusXM app, then tell me to play the Blue Jays on SiriusXM.
The Sportsnet Radio Network.
The second inning is presented by Bet365. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. 0-0, top of the second at Rogers Center. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Chris Bassitt winds and offers to Nick Gonzalez. First pitch outside, 1-0. Bassitt struck out 3 batters in the first, although he gave up a hit and a walk. Left 2 runners on, 1-0. Called strike, 1-1. What did you see from that first frame for Chris Bassitt, Chris?
Well, the first thing that I noticed was the velo. The velo's back. We saw 95. We saw a bunch of 93s. And then the sinker on the inside part of the plate to lefties. That's going to be huge.
1-1 pitch hit on the ground is short. Picked up on 3 hops by Bichette. Laser to first in time. Gonzalez retired, 1 down.
The biggest thing with throwing in to lefties for effect, especially with that good sinkers, you can't be afraid to miss in. If you're afraid to throw a ball on the inside part of the plate, You'll just leave that pitch over the middle like Chris Bassitt did early on in the season. Now it looks to me like he's not afraid to throw that ball inside off the plate.
Speaking of lefties, Rowdy Tellez will hit, the first baseman for Pittsburgh. The pitch. Inside with the sinker, 1-0. Tough first year in Pittsburgh so far for Tellez, batting .177, 3 doubles and a homer, 8 RBIs. Stands tall on the left side. The 1-0. Called strike at the knees. Tellez came over to the Pirates this year via free agency, spent the last couple years with the Milwaukee Brewers. A 1-year, $3.2 million deal for Rowdy. 1-1. Swing and a bouncer foul off to the left. 1-2.
Boy, that thing is nasty. You throw that thing after a good sinker like that one right there. You could see how uncomfortable Rowdy Tellez was even swinging at that pitch, barely making contact.
That was the curve, a full 21 miles an hour slower than the sinker that Bassitt threw the pitch prior. Went from 93 to 72. 1 out, nobody on. The 1-2 pitch. High, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bassitt goes to his right hip to the pitch calm. Chance some response from his right knee. Here's the 2-2. High with the heater. Went with the cutter that time. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
He is really leaning on that cutter. 2 cutters in a row. Not really near the strike zone, but still an effective pitch.
Infield playing back and to the pull side against the left-handed hitter Tellez. 3-2 pitch. Outside, ball 4. That's a borderline pitch. Tough take and a good one for Tellez, who walks with 1 out.
Yeah, I feel like to take a pitch that close, it's almost like Rowdy Tellez was fooled, and you could see Chris Bassitt tilting his head. He wanted that call. That fastball was about a hair off the plate outside.
It's probably a coin flip pitch. Half the time you get a strike, half the time you get a ball. Tellez now on first base, greeted there by Justin Turner, who holds him on. The pitch to Ji-Hwan Bae. Shows bunt, pulls it back, pitches high. 1-0. 1 out, top of the second, no score. We haven't seen a ball hit in the direction of Vladimir Guerrero Jr., the third baseman for the Blue Jays today. But with Bae showing bunt, it could be imminent. Guerrero plays on the infield turf. Bichette, the shortstop, playing up the middle. 1-0. Bae swings and lines the ball over the second baseman IKF and into right field. Tellez around second. He's headed to third. Springer throws back into second. It's a single for Bae and runners on the corners for the Pirates with 1 down.
Well, that was just a sinker right over the middle of the plate. Bae drills that thing over IKF at second base. Kind of a get-me-over sinker, trying to steal a strike there right down the middle.
A smile from Bae at first and a chance here for the Pirates to break the ice. No score. Top of the second inning, Grant Cook, the catcher, is to the plate with runners on first and third. Just the 5th Major League at-bat for Cook. The pitch. Inside, ball 1. Cook 0 for 4 to start his Major League career. Debuted on Wednesday. Has a walk and 4 strikeouts in 2 games. Open stance, the pitch. Called strike, 1-1. Cook's a 5th rounder from the 2018 draft out of Arkansas. 1-1. Swing and a foul off. Late on that fastball low. It's 1-2. New baseball for Bassitt after that one was pounded into the ground. He's looking for a ground ball here with runners on first and third and 1 out.
You can really expand here with Cook. Cook is 0 for 4 with 4 punchies.
Bassitt looks in, and now he'll step off the rubber. Tellez leading off third in conversation with Mike Ribello, third base coach for the Pirates. Ji-Hwan Bae off first, and 1 out. Bassitt back on the rubber, comes set, right near his stomach, kicks and fires. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Tied him up with a fastball up and in. And there are 2 down.
And there it was right there. He expanded perfectly just above the strike zone with that cutter. It was kind of a backup cutter. Almost has the two-seamer action to it just because it backed up, but that was an unhittable pitch out of the strike zone, and Cook is now 0 for 5 with 5 strikeouts in his major league career.
But now the lineup flips over to Andrew McCutchen with runners on first and third, 2 down, top of the second. RBIs in each of the last 2 games for the DH. First pitch, called strike 1. A deke steal at first by Bay, who sprinted 3 steps and headed back. Teams have tried and failed multiple times this year to pull off the first and third steal play. Danny Jansen in front of the plate now, giving signs to his defensive infield. Jansen back in the crouch. Bay leading off first, Tellez off third. No score, 2 down, top of the second. Bassitt twists and fires. Down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tarek Brock, the first base coach for the Pirates, talking with Bay. Bay's stolen 2 bases already this year, and he's playing in just his 8th game of the season.
Yeah, he faked another one there, took 3 or 4 hard steps, and then came to a stop.
1-1. Just inside. 2 balls and 1 strike as Bassitt missed there with the changeup.
I would be shocked if they did a first and third steal with Rowdy Tellez at third base.
Feels like a gamble. I mean, maybe you just steal to steal.
Oh, they could do that for sure.
But yeah, you're right. That would be a lot. Here's the 2-1. Downstairs, ball 3. Brian Reynolds waiting on deck. There is a base open, but Reynolds with a single already today. 1 of 2 hits for the Pirates in this game. Jansen's going to come in front of the plate, give signs to the infield once again. Runners on first and third, 2 down, no score, top of the second. McCutchen struck out on 3 pitches to Bassitt in the first, but he's in the driver's seat, a 3 ball, 1 strike count. Bassitt kicks and deals. Called strike 2.
That was a good cutter right there on the outside part of the plate. Almost an unhittable pitch if you're Andrew McCutchen. But I'm careful right here throwing in anything over the heart of the plate.
Bay will get a head start from first. Full count and 2 outs. The pitch. Swing and a foul tip. Got him to chase a sweeper away, but McCutchen just beat it into the ground to stay alive.
That was a great pitch choice. Kutch probably thinking something hard way out in front of that soft curveball. 73.
Tough bounce back for Danny Jansen. Hit him right in the plastic, and now he's crouched behind the plate and ready to go again. 40 pitches already for Chris Bassitt through an inning and 2/3. Scoreless game, runners on the corners, 2 down in the top of the second. The righties 3-2. Bounce foul to the left.
Just before Chris Bassitt threw that pitch, you could see Danny Jansen really pumping up Chris Bassitt, shaking his head. They were trying to get inside with that fastball. Chris Bassitt left it just over the middle of the plate, but it was low enough and had enough movement on it that Andrew McCutchen was able to just foul it off.
Bassitt stepping off the rubber. That'll reset the clock. And he's just confirming with the home plate umpire, Eric Backus, that that's his first step off. He's got the information he wants. Now Bassitt asking questions because first base ump Laz Diaz is saying that's the second step off for Bassitt. Home plate umpire Eric Backus is saying it's the first. And now the umpires have to conference because this is a big distinction whether Bassitt can do it again or not. And they settle on 1. Bassitt is creating work for these guys a lot, I would say. He likes to mess around with the clock. He uses it to his advantage. But he's back on the rubber now. First and third, 2 down. The 8th pitch to Andrew McCutchen. Fouled off to the right. Skips over the netting. Caught on the fly, barehanded by a fan on the first base side. Still 3-2. Off the ricochet. That's a heck of a play. That's getting weird spin.
Imagine catching a baseball barehanded. I don't think I've ever done that in my life.
Major league
I always had a glove on.
Fair. 3-2. And he hit him. McCutchen tossing away the bat in frustration. That one ran inside. Bassitt apologizing. And McCutchen with a smile. He heads down to first. Base is loaded now with 2 down.
No need to apologize there. That was a splitter that kind of ran in. Yes, it should be ball 4, but it barely got Kutch on the thigh. I don't know why Kutch was so upset, but no need to apologize right there.
He might have been messing around. Generally a pretty happy-go-lucky guy. McCutchen on first now, bases loaded. Jansen on the mound, so it's time to let you know that today is Super Sunday, and Jays Care is giving away City Connect jerseys every half hour until 7 p.m. That's 10 chances to win some new swag, plus you'll still be eligible for the jackpot, which is over $340,000. Head to BlueJays.com/5050 right now from Ontario or Nova Scotia. Long top of the second inning for Chris Bassitt, who walked Tellez on a 3-2 count, gave up a single to Bay, and hit McCutchen on a 3-2 count. 2 down, bases loaded. The pitch to Brian Reynolds is high, ball 1. Reynolds has 3 hits in his last 4 at-bats here, but typically has struggled against the Blue Jays in his career. A 143 hitter coming into today in 8 games against the Blue Jays. 1-0. Bounce to the right side, fielded by Turner, backing him up. He throws over to first, covered by Bassitt, and that'll do it for the top of the second. Bassitt leaves the bases loaded, no score, middle of the second. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart Deferred Payment Program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
Bring it in, Canada. When it comes to small business, Desjardins is a big fan. And not just the hop on the bandwagon fan. We're the in it for the long haul fan. The fan that's been there from the start. That's why Desjardins awarded 150 entrepreneurs with Good Spark grants worth $20,000 each. Because like any fan, there's nothing we love more than celebrating a goal!
See how Desjardins is cheering on small business at goodsparkgrants.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Pitch to Kevin Biggio is rocked to right field. That ball is gone!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the second inning in downtown Toronto. The Blue Jays are tied up with the Pirates right now, 0-0 in the rubber match of this series. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Daniel Vogelbach, the former Pirate, leads off for the Blue Jays against Quinn Priester. The righty rocks and delivers. Vogelbach takes outside. Ball 1. Part of the funky alignment for the Blue Jays today, Guerrero at third, Turner at first, is to DH Daniel Vogelbach. Came up with 2 hits and an RBI yesterday. 1-0 pitch. Called strike, 1-1. Batting average now for Vogelbach is .208, 4 doubles and a homer, 6 RBIs. Came up with a big hit in game 1 of this series as well. Next pitch, called strike. Looked a little in off the plate, but it's called a strike, so it's 1-2.
Well, the thing that I love about Vogie, whether he's hitting 108, 208, 308, he looks the exact same in the box.
Next pitch, inside for sure, 2-2.
Always confident, always very selective up there.
Priester winds and offers. Vogelbach takes again, full count. Three out of the 4 times that Vogie came to the plate yesterday, he reached full counts. Facing one here to start the bottom of the second. Infield shifts him to the pull. A nod from Priester and the right on left pitch. Swing and a line shot at second, picked by Gonzalez. Gets up, throws on to first. One down. Beautiful backhanded play by the 2020 first rounder. That was Jorge, our future announcer, presented by Rogers. Jorge, a 7-year-old from Toronto, behind the mic today here in the bottom of the second. One out, Justin Turner to the plate, the Blue Jays first baseman. Here's the pitch. High, ball one.
In that previous at-bat to Vogelbach, Priester threw a changeup at 91 miles an hour.
It's like 2 miles an hour separation. 1-0. Called strike.
It's essentially just a sinker at that point. I mean, if you don't have at least 6 miles an hour separation between your fastball and your changeup, I wouldn't even call that a changeup.
1-1. Swinging a line shot, foul down the left field line. 1-2.
And at that velocity, it better have a ton of movement, and it better look like a fastball out of the hand. Otherwise, it's just a BP fastball.
Turner wouldn't mind one of those. He's a .217 hitter this year, 10 doubles, 4 homers. Next pitch down and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Turner had the day off yesterday, back in today, made a nice play to end the top of the second. 2-2. Swing and a fly ball, right field. Medium depth. Joe started back. Now he'll jog in and make the catch. 2 down.
For this life I cannot change.
Now batting, George Springer.
Again, let's welcome our future announcer, presented by Rogers, 7-year-old Jorge from Toronto. George Springer up with 2 outs and the bases empty. No score, bottom of 2, the pitch. Swing and a looper down the right side, but foul into the netting down the right field line. 0-1. Springer went 0 for 4 yesterday, had some hard contact. On the season, batting .204, 7 doubles, 4 homers. Steps into the box and taps the plate. Hiked up his white pant legs to expose the dark blue socks. 0-1. Down and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. A 2-tone bat for Springer. Light handle, dark barrel. Looking out at Priester, who winds and offers. Went around reluctantly on that one. Tried to hold up on the slider, but couldn't. It's 1-2.
I'll tell you what. Priester's slider's got a ton of downward movement to it. 87 miles an hour. It's almost like a 12-6 curveball, but it's very hard.
1-2 pitch. Swing and a foul off. It's looked effective today, although that slider has not been great for Priester this year. He's given up a .704 slugging percentage on the slider coming into this game. And 3 of the 7 home runs he's allowed have come on that breaking ball, particularly because he's missed over the heart of the plate with it. 1-2. In the dirt with the slider again. 2 balls and 2 strikes. One hit for the Blue Jays today, that's all. 2-2. Swing and a ground ball hit to short. Off one knee, picked up by Cruz. He whizzes it over to first, and that'll do it for the second. Blue Jays go down in order, no score after 2. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bring excitement to your landscape with Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better. So they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
We're 2 men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think 2 men and a truck. since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
Hey, this is Dalton Varsho. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Ready or not, here I come.
The third inning is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Spring Hill and Truro, Nova Scotia. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com. Canada's #1 rust protection. No score, Blue Jays and Pirates. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Here's the pitch to Connor Joe. High ball 1. Chris Bassitt has dealt with a lot of traffic early on. He's left 5 guys on base through 2 innings, but he's held the Pirates offense in check so far. 1-0. Called strike. No, it's called a ball. A little bit high. 2-0. Bassitt also on the precipice of a big career milestone. His next out will mean 1,000 career innings pitched for the righty. 2-0. Outside ball 3. Bassitt working from the stretch now. 3-0 pitch right over the middle. Strike 1.
And after that 2-0 pitch, he yanked a slider outside off the plate. You could see him using both of his arms, telling himself to stay on line.
3-1. Called strike on the inside edge, and it's a full count. Joe was hit by a curveball while facing an 0-2 count in the first. He'll ask for time here. Bassitt takes a walk behind the rubber and off the hill, shaking out his neck and his right arm. Now he steps back on the mound.
The thing I love about Chris Bassitt is he loves to call time, but if anybody else calls time when he's on the mound, he is upset.
3-2. Hit on the ground, up the middle, sneaks through. A base hit for Joe. Second time aboard for the Pirates right fielder, and he sets up the dangerous O'Neill Cruz.
Well, that actually wasn't a bad pitch. That was a good sinker down in the zone. I think Connor Joe got that off the end of the bat, but there was a big hole up the middle, and Connor Joe ends up on first base.
So Bassitt now peeking over his left shoulder at the runner, held on by Turner. The pitch to Cruz. Slow breaking ball, strike 1. Cruz struck out looking in the first inning to continue some recent struggles for the Pirates shortstop. Now 2 for his last 23. 0-1. Down and in. Those 2 hits, both extra base hits, a lot of speed and power in the gargantuan shortstop's frame, but he has swung and missed a ton this year. 1-1. Swing and a miss on the fastball, 1-2. "75 strikeouts for Cruz is the major league lead right now. Shortstop adjusts his helmet and brings the bat above his left shoulder. 1-2 pitch. Popped up, back of third, drifting all the way into deep left. Schneider back in front of the track, makes the catch. Joe tags from first, starts going to second, but Schneider's throw is there, and Joe will retreat back to first base. 1 out.
Well, I think Chris Bassitt made a mistake there with that fastball right down the middle. When you're ahead on a guy like O'Neill Cruz, who is leading the major leagues in strikeouts, you have to expand. You can't throw that fastball right down the middle. O'Neill Cruz missed that fastball, yes, but he was probably about 20 feet from getting it out of here.
For Bassitt, though, that out makes it 1,000 career innings pitched. They show it on the video board at Rogers Center to an applause. Here's the pitch to Brian Hayes. Popped him up, back of first, second baseman IKF, ranging onto the right field turf, makes the catch. 2 down. Bassitt joins a club of 50 active players who have 1,000 or more innings pitched.
That is a lot of mileage.
And he's a guy who did not break in super young, dealt with a major arm injury early on in his career, but has really come on in his 30s. One-time All-Star with the A's, had a good year with the Mets before a career year. Last year for the Blue Jays, he led the American League in wins and had 200 innings pitched. First pitch to Nick Gonzalez, inside. 1-0 with 2 outs and a runner on first, top of the 3rd inning. Bassitt from the stretch, the pitch. Inside, 2-0.
You want to know how many pitches he's thrown?
In his career?
In his career.
Sure.
Well, not including that one. 16,137 pitches.
That's outrageous. Outrageous. 2-0. Hit foul in the air off to the right. 2-1.
Well, that's actually not terrible. I mean, it's, what is that, average 16.137 pitches per inning?
Yeah.
I'm a great mathematician.
That was quick. That was quick. So what did you say? It was 16,137?
Well, not including the last few.
And so he's thrown 59 today. Steps off the rubber for a moment. Gonzalez steps out of the box. 2 balls and 1 strike is the count with 2 outs and a runner on first. No score, Blue Jays and Pirates, top of the 3rd inning. Here's Bassitt's 60th pitch of the outing. Broken bat, looper right side, over the leap of IKF and down in right field. Springer charged it hard, so Joe stays at second. Tough luck for Bassitt. It's a bloop single to keep the inning going.
That was another nasty sinker in on the hands of Gonzalez. You could hear the bat just explode, but he gets enough of it to kind of loop it over IKF at second base. That's a tough break for Chris Bassitt.
He's now dealt with multiple base runners in each of the first 3 innings. Stranded first and second in the first and bases loaded in the second. It's first and second here for the Pirates in the 3rd. Rowdy Tellez is up with 2 outs. Tellez walked on a 3-2 count in the 2nd inning, was stranded at 3rd. Bassitt peeks over at second and delivers home. Called strike 1. Tellez spent a lot of time talking with Bo Bichette, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. today, his former teammates. 0-1 outside. Only matchup this year between the Pirates and the Blue Jays, so the only time that Vlad and Bo can catch up with the 2018 to 2021 Blue Jay Tellez. One. Swing and a line shot through the whole right side of base hit into right field. Bay around 3rd. He'll score around 2nd and headed to 3rd is Gonzalez. It's an RBI single for Rowdy Tellez and a 1-0 Pirates lead.
Yeah, just left that curveball right over the middle. When a guy's struggling like Rowdy Tellez, you get strike 1 on him, you have to expand. Don't give him anything hittable. And Chris Bassitt misses right there with the curveball, kind of belt high. Very hittable pitch, even for a guy that's struggling.
9th RBI of the year for Tellez, and still an opportunity for Pittsburgh to add on more. 1st and 3rd, 2 down, top of the 3rd, 1-0 Pittsburgh. Here's Ji-Hwan Bae. Corners in for the Blue Jays, the pitch. Up and in, ball 1. Bae laced a single into right field in the 2nd inning. He's 1 for 1 today. Bumped his average up to 250. Next pitch, late swing and a foul off to the left. 1-1.
I don't mind making good pitches to Bae here, down and away, maybe something out of the strike zone, because you do have Cook on deck. And those are some big runs on especially the way the Blue Jays offense has been going this weekend. That's a big run on 3rd base.
In the first 9 innings of the game, the Blue Jays have scored only 1 run in each of the 2 games prior this series. Next pitch to Bay inside, 2-1. Toronto won 5-3 in extra innings in Game 1. And yesterday they lost 8-1 to make this a 1-1 series. In the rubber match, the Pirates leading 1-0, top of the third. 2 on, 2 out, the 2-1 pitch. Bounce softly right side of the hill, picked up by Bassitt. He'll flip it over to first and end the inning. A run on 3 hits for the Pirates. Rowdy Tellez's RBI single makes it 1-0 Pittsburgh. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Fantasy Sports Radio is drafting the best baseball players in history in an all-time fantasy baseball draft.
Leadoff home run for Ricky Henderson.
From Babe Ruth to Shohei Ohtani to Ricky Henderson and more. Hear how the best baseball experts draft the best players of all time.
I'm taking prime Mookie Betts over prime Lou Gehrig because of positional availability.
Check out the board on X at SiriusXM Fantasy and hear the draft's first pick tomorrow at 6 Eastern on Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app. Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too. This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your SiriusXM subscription?
What?
Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on SiriusXM Channel 89. Or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. SiriusXM Sports. We're more than just a game.
While you're listening to this game on SiriusXM, we're talking about the latest odds and prop bets for this and every game on Sports Grid Radio.
The under's minus 125. Heavy juice to the under.
Every home run hit and every strikeout thrown can change the line.
I can't for the life of me figure out how you can favor a team that never wins, ever.
If you're looking for sports talk centered around the latest odds and prop bets for games, races, tournaments, or any sporting event, Sports Grid Radio, SiriusXM, Channel 159.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win whichever fantasy sport you play. Right now, on Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Net Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. When it comes to home improvements, Timbermart has the expert advice and the right products at the right prices, so you won't find yourself out in left field on your next DIY project. Game on, home team. Timbermart is Canada's building center. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. 1-0 Pirates. Dalton Varsho leading off the bottom of the third. Fouls off the first pitch. 0-1. In Quinn Priester's 6th start of the year, the Blue Jays have 1 hit through 2 innings. A Danny Jansen single. 0-1. Varsho fouls it off to the left. 0-2. Priester just called up today. Alika Williams went on the injured list. Utility player for Pittsburgh. Righty Priester winds and offers. Outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Well, I think the biggest thing for the Jays, especially with Quinn Priester on the mound, this is a guy that's only started 13 games in his big league career. You get a guy on base, you get a couple of guys on base, that heart rate goes up.
1-2 pitch hit hard down the right field line. Foul ball. Emphatic point by Laz Diaz. Varsho had dropped the bat. He thought he had extra bases.
And then when that heart rate goes up as a young pitcher, you start to be quick to the plate. You start to try to rush. And guess what? You start to make bad pitches. You start to walk guys, lead balls over the middle, and that's when the Blue Jays can do some damage.
The 6'3" righty winds and delivers. Fouled off the glove of the catcher Cook. Still 1-2. Priester is coming off the best start of his season professionally, not major league start. If you go back to the 26th of May, he pitched 7 innings, scoreless. Varsho drives the next pitch, and it's down in the right field corner for a base hit. Varsho around first, headed to second, and in there with a leadoff double. Make that another extra base hit for Dalton Varsho, his 10th double of the year.
Well, that was a good swing from Dalton Varsho. That was another one of those changeups, those hard changeups from Quinn Priester. Unsure why he actually throws that pitch. But Dalton Varsho does a good job kind of hooking that thing in the corner, and he's at second base.
Blue Jays trying to respond to the Tellez single.
It's just a BP fastball. That's all it is.
That one at 87 the change. First pitch to Kiner Falefa. Shows bunt. Pops it up behind the plate. Foul. 0-1. Runner on second. Nobody out. Bottom of the third. 1-0 is the lead right now for the Pirates over the Blue Jays. We'll see if Kiner Falefa looks to sacrifice again with Dalton Varsho on second. Corners are in for the Pirates. Priester checks second. Delivers. Kiner Falefa swings and hits a fly ball to right pretty deep. Joe back right in front of the track, circles under it, makes the catch. Varsho tagging from second. Throw comes in way late as Varsho slides into third.
I think if I'm John Schneider in that situation, I don't want IKF bunting there. Dalton Varsho is already in scoring position. Isaiah Kiner Falefa is very good with the bat, and he can manipulate that ball. He can hit the ball to the right side. And like he does right there, he moves Dalton Varsho over, but he was still trying to get a base hit there.
Kiner Falefa effectively sacrifices himself to get Varsho to third, and now the infield is in with one down, bottom of the third inning. Runner on third, the pitch to Davis Schneider. Swing and a miss, strike one. Blue Jays are 3 for 23 with runners in scoring position in this series. They don't need a hit here to score a run, although one of those 3 hits was the Schneider homer in the 14th inning in the opener. 0-1, fouled off the catcher Cook. 0-2.
And now you really have to try to get the barrel to the ball here. If I'm Davis Schneider, I'm really cutting down on that swing and trying to get something to the outfield. You do not want to strike out in this situation.
Schneider crowding the plate. Slight choke up on the bat. 0-2. Bounce, and it gets away from Cook all the way to the backstop. Varsho jogs home. We're tied at 1. Priester spikes the slider way beyond the plate, and it bounced back in the opposite direction with the slider spin. So a wild pitch scores the run.
I'm actually surprised how Cook tried to backhand that ball instead of getting his body in front of it. That's a big run out there.
1-2, swing and a miss by Schneider. Strike 3. He's down, and there are 2 outs. So a 1-1 game as the Blue Jays answer back and tying up with the Pirates. 2 down, bottom of the third. Here's Danny Jansen, who has one of Toronto's 2 hits today. The pitch. Called strike 1.
And I know you noticed this, but when you play small ball, you get a guy on second base, you get a guy in scoring position, you move him over to third base. Things like that happen. Wild pitches.
Next pitch, line past the dive of the shortstop Cruz into left field. Just snuck it by all of the 6'7" shortstop. And Jansen's got a 2-hit day.
Boy, is he swinging the bat well. Drills that baseball through the hole on the left side. Such a flat swing. Low line drive past the outstretched glove of O'Neill Cruz over there.
Here's Vladimir Guerrero Jr. 2 outs, a runner on first. Priester's pitch. Down and away, ball 1. Vladdy 0 for 1 today with a fielder's choice in the first. Came up with 2 hits, a walk, a run scored, and a stolen base in yesterday's game. Jansen leading off first. Tellez plays in front of him. 1-0. Called strike.
Ooh, Vladdy wants that one back. Just a spinning slider over the middle of the plate. Kind of flinched at it, but if you swing at that, that thing's about 450 feet.
1-1. Swing and a bouncer sent to third. Picked by Hayes. His throw on to second ends the inning. Blue Jays get 1. Dalton Varsho doubles and scores on a wild pitch. It's 1-1 going to the 4th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Sunday,
2:30 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Enjoy Illinois 300
from Worldwide Technology Raceway on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. Get closer to everything that moves you, wherever you are, with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yes!
Each night after the horn sounds, NBA Radio has you covered with the best analysis of all the games.
When healthy, they check a lot of boxes.
We'll break down the playoff action.
Tatum saw it coming, picked it up, drives in, and throws it down with 2 hands.
And take you inside the locker room to hear from the players and coaches.
It seemed like we had a lot of guys that were getting banged up, but we were able to get the job done.
Hear the NBA Radio Playoffs postgame show every night throughout the postseason on NBA Radio Channel 86 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
You've reached the FC shout line. Please leave a message.
Tom Rennie of Sirius XM FC here. This is our big idea, which I really like. We basically want you to drunk dial us. We want your immediate rage.
Now I'm mad at my club.
I can't do this anymore. My heart can't handle it.
What the kind of damn game was that?
Thank you for the shout line.
It's kept my marriage intact so I don't go crazy screaming.
It's the FC shout line. 202-596-5880 on Sirius XM FC, channel 157.
In season or out of season, the #1 place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, channel 84.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's the 4th inning presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. The Blue Jays with a run in the bottom of the 3rd. So it's a 1-1 game here in the rubber match against the Pirates. A Junior Jays Sunday matinee at Rogers Center right before the Baltimore Orioles come to town for 4 straight in Toronto. Catcher Grant Cook leads off for the Pirates here. Top of the 4th inning. Chris Bassitt back on the mound. He winds and delivers. Foul ball hit in the air down the right field line and into the seats. 0-1.
Like we mentioned in Cook's last at bat, he's 0 for 5 with 5 strikeouts. Now that you're ahead in the count, 0-1, you have to expand. Do not give him anything that he can make contact on.
3rd major league game for the catcher. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Way out in front of that 71-mile-per-hour curve. 0-2. Cook has been aboard once in his major league career. He walked in his 2nd career game. Oh-2. Just outside with a fastball. Cook, McCutchen, and Reynolds will hit this inning for the Pirates, who have left 7 on, scored their first run in the top of the 3rd. 1-2. Down and away, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Bassitt up to 71 pitches after that miss. With all the traffic, he has thrown a lot in the first 3 innings. Righty with a deep breath. Into the wind, the pitch. Swing and a fly ball sent to right. Springer jogging back, and he'll make the catch in front of the track. 1 out. Let's go to the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Devilishly good since Toronto first raised the trophy in '92. Join them for wings, ribs, beer, cocktails, and catch every play at your local St. Louis Bar and Grill. Download the app or visit stlouiswings.com for more details. Always devilishly good. First, it's 1-1 in Toronto. 1 out, Andrew McCutchen at the plate. Bassitt's pitch. Called strike 1. Final game of the series between the Orioles and the Rays. Orioles looking for a sweep against Tampa Bay. Bassitt's 0-1. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Right now it's 3-0 for Baltimore over Tampa Bay, top of the 5th. Scoring got started by the 19th homer of the year for Gunnar Henderson. Again, 3-0 Baltimore on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Next pitch to McCutchen, called strike 3. He knew it. Sinker right on the outside edge, 2 down.
That was nasty. If you get Andrew McCutchen to start walking off the field before the umpire makes the call, you know that's a nasty sinker on the outside corner. That one at 94 started off the plate and broke back over the outside part. I'll tell you what, he throws that sinker 40% of the time. He might want to start throwing it 50% of the time.
2 down now, and the right-hander looking in at Brian Reynolds. The pitch. Fouled off to the right, 0-1. Bassitt would love a first 1-2-3 inning of the day. Showed some frustration in the dugout after his last inning. He hasn't pitched poorly, certainly run prevention-wise, but has just used a lot of pitches. 0-1, down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. And he's at least made it more difficult on himself to go deep into the ball game today. Blue Jays do pretty much have all their leverage arms available and on good rest today. 1-1. And that hit him. Clipped Reynolds just slightly. For Bassitt, that's the 3rd batter he's hit today. And a 2-out base runner for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that just got him. I mean, not a great place to get hit. He got hit in the right forearm, but just grazed that right forearm. Didn't look like he was bothered by it. But you never want to do that with 2 outs, though.
Put a guy on or hit a guy? Both?
Well, either.
I guess it's kind of one and the same. 2 down, runner on first, and Bassitt's going to step off before the first pitch to Connor Joe. Former Giants and Rocky. Joe also spent time in a ton of systems, mostly the Dodgers system. But originally a first-round pick of the Pirates, back with Pittsburgh now for his 2nd year. The pitch. Fouled off, 0-1. Mentioned yesterday that Joe has converted from a platoon player that hit a lot against lefties to a guy that can play every single day. This year he's hit .266 off of right-handed pitching. Last year it was .235, so he's managed to form himself into a guy that Derek Shelton can pencil in on a daily basis. Next pitch from Bassitt, swing and a miss. And it's 0-2. Up to 80 pitches with 2 down in the top of the 4th. Brian Reynolds on first. 2 strikes, 2 outs, 1-1 game. Bassitt from the stretch. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him to wave at a high cutter, 6 Ks for Chris Bassitt. It's 1-1, middle of the 4th. Here at Rogers Center, you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Which Looney Dogger are you? The fork and knifer, splatterer, condiment queen, or Big Dipper? This season at Rogers Center, every Tuesday home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. You will have the opportunity to purchase $1 hot dogs from various concession stands around the stadium. Then show the world your Looney Dog style. Because whether you're the mustard maven or ketchup king, no Blue Jays game is complete without hot dogs. So don't miss out on this deal. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's, every Tuesday home game.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Kikuchi has struck out 4 of the last 6.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the 4th inning in downtown Toronto, the Blue Jays and Pirates knotted up at 1. Appreciate you joining us on this Sunday afternoon. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Bo Bichette leads off and hits the first pitch in the air down the right field line. Joe chasing it, but it's out of play. 0-1. We're here in the Timbermart broadcast booth. The trusty Tom Young, along with Andrew Adams, our technical directors, Nick Blackmore, our producer. Show Ali's our host today, and he and Jesse Rubinoff will have Blue Jays talk after the game. Bassitt, Vogelbach, Turner to hit for the Blue Jays. 0-1. Inside, Bassitt ducked back out of the way. Limboed past that pitch, 1-1. Priester nods into the wind, 1-1. Fouled off to the left, bouncing near the on-deck hitter Vogelbach, 1-2. Bachette's going to ask for time and think for a moment. On this same count in the first inning, he struck out on a slider down and away in the dirt. Bo steps into the box and taps the back of the plate. Raises his left arm up. And now holds the bat with two hands, high above his right shoulder. 1-2, down and away. This time Bassitt lays off, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Priester's next pitch. Hot shot hit to third, vacuumed up by the third baseman Hayes. Throw over to first in time, 1 down. Man, he's smooth over there, Brian Hayes.
I'm really excited to see Vlad get a baseball over there.
I know we haven't seen
one yet.
4 innings. No play over to third.
I want Vlad to vacuum one up, and then you look at me and say, man, he's smooth over there. That's what I want. Look, before the end of the day.
If he delivers, I'll deliver. I'll promise you that. Here's Daniel Vogelbach, 1 out the pitch. Low ball 1. Vogie scorched a ball to second back in the second inning, but a beautiful pick by Nick Gonzalez prevented a hit. Next pitch taken for strike 1. This is now the 3rd time he's faced Priester, 1 for 1 before this game with a home run. The pitch. Down and in, 2 balls, 1 strike.
The most surprising thing so far from Priester is he doesn't have a base on balls.
No walks so far, hasn't given up a homer. Those have been the 2 things he's struggled with so far. 2-1 pitch, laced to center field. A base hit. Vogelbach is on some kind of roll right now. He's got a single, and the Blue Jays have a 1-out base runner.
He is scorching the baseball just over O'Neal Cruz at shortstop there. But he could very easily be 2 for 2 today to go along with those 2 hits he had yesterday. You're right, he's on some sort of tear.
Here's Justin Turner now with 1 out. Vogelbach and Tellez chopping it up. They were former teammates on the Milwaukee Brewers. And the first pitch to Turner down and away, 1-0. That's 2 pretty big personalities in Vogelbach and Tellez. I have to imagine that's a fun clubhouse when they were together with the Brewers. 1-0. Swing and a hot shot foul into the netting down the left field line. 1-1. Vogelbach made the trip all the way to second. He'll touch the bag and head back to first.
Why did he make the trip all the way to second?
Get your reps in, you know? Why not? Greeted by Tellez at first, who plays behind him. Tellez is right in his ear as Vogelbach's trying to take his lead. Turner at the plate, 1-1. Check swing. Pitch was down and away. They'll appeal to first. No swing, says the crew chief, Laz Diaz.
Now they're chopping it up with Laz Diaz. Now they're laughing again. It's a good trio down there.
I think Mark Budzinski's just trying to get the information in. Just let him know what's going on. 2-1. Turner pops it up. Right side foul. A chase from Cook and Tellez, but that one bounces off the first base dugout and falls into the seats. 2-2.
Seems like Laz Diaz and Vogie are having an in-depth conversation.
I think Vogie's easy to get along with. He and Tellez continue to talk at first. Justin Turner trying to push Vogelbach into scoring position here with 1 out. Runner on first in a tie game, bottom of the 4th. 1-1 the score of the pitch. High, full count. Typical Justin Turner. He's making Priester throw a lot of pitches here in the fourth. Right-hander Priester tucks the ball into his glove, just above his belt. Kicks and offers. Swing and a soft fly ball hit to shallow center field. Bay charging in and makes the catch. Started back and had to sprint forward. Looked like it might fall for a moment, but the speedy Bay gets to it. 2 down.
Yeah, I think Bay thought that ball was hit a little bit deeper than it was. He took a couple steps back and then had to sprint in. I thought that was going to drop into no man's land there, but Ji-Hwan Bae with the good sprint speed.
Bay will back up now as George Springer comes to the plate. Runner on first, 2 down. The pitch. Just below the knees, ball 1. 1-1 game. Each team scored in the 3rd inning. It has not been a high-scoring series, although the Pirates did hang 8 on the Blue Jays yesterday. 1-0. Swing and a line drive, base hit into left field. Vogelback up to second. Springer stops at first. He's got another hit, and it's first and second for the Blue Jays, 2 down.
Well, the most important thing when I look at George Springer over the last 4 to 5 games is he's not missing mistakes. He gets that ball over the heart of the plate, and the timing is right. He gets that foot down, and he gets the barrel to the baseball. He was really having a tough time doing that earlier on in the season. He might get jammed there. He might hit the ball off the end of the bat, but just squares that ball up.
First and second, 2 down. The pitch to Dalton Varsho. Left-handed swinger, takes it low, 1-0. You mentioned the timing with Springer. That was another fastball that he got around on. He was not pulling a ton of fastballs early in the season. Near the back foot of Varsho, he kicks the foot out of the way and takes it to make the count 2 balls and no strikes.
Guys with a big leg lift, you think Justin Turner, you think George Springer, Bo Bichette. The timing has to be perfect because you can't start your swing until that toe hits the ground on the way down. And George Springer, his timing was off.
2-0. Swing and a bouncer, foul right side. Dalton Varsho scored the Blue Jays' lone run today. Doubled to lead off the 3rd. Advanced to third base on an IKF flyout. And scored on a wild pitch to make it 1-1. The score we have now with 2 outs and runners on first and second in the bottom of the 4th. 2-1 count. Here's the pitch from Priester. Swing and a fly ball left field. Cruz is going out onto the outfield turf. He'll make the catch, and the shortstop ends the inning. 2 hits for the Blue Jays, but they leave both on. It's 1-1 still at the end of 4. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Windows down, volume up.
Ain't no trouble for the summertime blues.
Sirius XM's SPF 200, the top 200 summer songs of all time.
I met you in the summer.
Sirius XM's SPF 200. Dive in now on Channel 105 and the Sirius XM app.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues. Right now on Channel 87.
Aaron Judge drills a 3-run home run.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to daily fantasy playoff basketball to reacting to the NFL draft, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
The Busted Open podcast is now available on YouTube. This is Dave LaGreca, host of Busted Open, the #1 pro wrestling show on the planet. You can now watch and listen to the award-winning Busted Open podcast every single day on YouTube. Our best interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and some of our best content from the past. All available right now when you go to youtube.com/@BustedOpenPodcast. Subscribe right now.
The
Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on Sirius XM.
Fifth inning in downtown Toronto. 1-1 is the score. Blue Jays and Pirates in a rubber match. Chris Bassitt into the line. Here's his pitch to O'Neill Cruz. It's hit back up the middle. A liner into center for a base hit. The fifth inning is brought to you by Desjardins Financial Group. Desjardins awarded another 150 grants worth $20,000 each to entrepreneurs across Canada. See how Desjardins cheered on small biz at goodsparkgrants.ca. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Thanks so much for tuning in. Here's Brian Hayes at the plate with a runner on first. The pitch. Downstairs, ball one. Bassitt's at 83 pitches now after the single given up to Cruz and the first pitch miss to Brian Hayes. He has dealt with lots of traffic in this game. 1-0. Called strike.
He hasn't been making bad pitches. He's just got a little bit unlucky. The Pittsburgh Pirates are doing a good job of fouling off some tough pitches, having deep at-bats.
1-1. Hit on the ground left side, through the hole and into left field for a base hit. Cruz around second. He'll go back to the bag. Back-to-back singles here for Pittsburgh to start the fifth.
I think that pitch right there was one of his few mistakes of the day. A slider right down the middle. Brian Hayes really didn't hit it all that hard, but he finds a hole on the left side. But if Chris Bassitt gets that slider down in the zone, it's probably a swing and miss.
Bassitt will now look to strand some more runners. The Pirates have left 8 on base today. They're 1 for 6, batting with runners in scoring position. Nick Gonzalez is up, first and second for Pittsburgh. The pitch. Slow breaking ball freezes the right-handed hitter. Strike one.
I'm actually very surprised that Nick Gonzalez isn't squaring around to bunt here. Yes, I know he's hitting .320 and he's a very good hitter, but there's 2 big runs out there, and the Pittsburgh Pirates don't really have that great of an offense.
0-1. Fouled off to the left, and it's 0-2. Cruz leading off second, barking at Vladimir Guerrero Jr. over at third base. Haven't seen a ball hit to Vlad yet today in his first start at third since 2019. Bassitt's going to step off, and Gonzalez will step out of the box as they reset the pitch clock. First and second, nobody out. 1-1 game, top of the fifth inning. 6'7" Cruz now talking with Kiner Falefa, the second baseman, who keeps him close to the bag at second. 0-2. Just outside. Went with the slider there and missed slightly. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Chris Bassitt wanted that pitch. You can see him motioning just a little bit with his 2 fingers to home plate, kind of tilting his head, hopping off the mound. Very animated out there.
Bassitt goes to his right hip to call for the pitch. In the set, glove above the belt. He'll step off once again. That's his second disengagement of the plate appearance. So now the Pirates runners can get a little bit more aggressive, with it being unlikely that Bassitt will try and pick them off. Extra step for Cruz and Hayes at second and first. The pitch. High, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I would imagine that O'Neill Cruz isn't going anywhere out there. With nobody out, you don't really want to take the bat out of the batter's hands there, but I've seen stranger things.
It's true. Open stance for Gonzalez, the Pirates' second baseman. 2-2 goes over his head. A breaking ball that slipped out of the hand of Bassitt. 3 balls and 2 strikes is the count now, and you really want to avoid a walk with nobody out and runners on first and second.
Yeah, this is a big pitch here. You don't want to walk him, but you also don't want to throw something over the heart of the plate. Just throw a good strike down in the zone. Let Nick Gonzalez hit into a double play here.
3-2. Swing and a looper sent to left. Schneider charging in, makes the catch head high. There's 1 out.
That was the perfect pitch. A slider on the outside part of the plate. Not much Nick Gonzalez could do there, but hit that weak fly ball to left field.
So Bassitt gets the first out of the inning, tosses away the baseball, and gets a new one as Rowdy Tellez is about to step up. Danny Jansen giving some signs to the infield, gives us time to go to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Yandy Diaz has hit a sacrifice fly for the Rays and made that a 3-1 lead now for Baltimore in Baltimore. Finale of that 3-game set. Orioles looking for a sweep. 1-1 in Toronto, first and second with one out. The pitch to Tellez, sliced foul to the left. 0-1. Good day for Rowdy so far. A walk and an RBI single. He has the one hit in 7 tries for the Pirates with runners in scoring position today. Bassitt sets and will step off. Creeping behind the runner Cruz was Bichette, who came in at second base for a potential pickoff move, but Bassitt just steps off and walks around the mound.
In Rowdy's last at-bat, he got that hanging curveball that he hit into right field for a base hit. If I'm Chris Bassitt, I'm staying away from anything slow. Maybe hard up, hard in with that cutter.
0-1. He went up with the sinker and missed. 1 ball, 1 strike. Actually, it was the cutter at 94.
That's a hard cutter. Not a bad pitch right there. Especially with a guy struggling, you don't want to speed up his bat throwing something super slow.
1-1 pitch. Line to center field. On the run, Varsho. It's over his head and bouncing toward the wall. Cruz around third, right behind him Hayes. They're both going to try to score. Relay to the plate is late. 2 are in on a 2-run double by Rowdy Tellez. 3-1 Pirates.
That was a good swing from Rowdy Tellez right there. He got a fastball over the middle of the plate, probably on the outer third. He didn't try to do too much with it, just laced it over the head of Dalton Varsho. Actually, sorry, that was a changeup up. And again, a guy's struggling. You don't want to throw him something slow because it speeds up the bat. You want to stay hard up, hard in. Usually that's where guys are struggling when they're really struggling.
So it's Rowdy Tellez 3, Blue Jays 1 right now, and the first pitch is hit in the air to left field by Ji-Hwan Bae. Caught by Schneider. 2 down. It's been a bit of a grind today for Bassitt, now at 95 pitches. Kicking out some dirt with a little bit of frustration on the mound as he tries to get through 5 here. Grant Cook, the catcher, is coming up for the 3rd time. 3-1 Pittsburgh, 2 down, top of the 5th. Bassitt sets and looks at second. Now kicks and fires home. Curveball hit foul, 0-1. Cook's 0 for 2, a strikeout and a flyout. 0-1 pitch, way out in front of the curve at 71. 0-2.
And now you have to expand. We talked earlier about how Cook struck out 5 out of 5 times in his 5 big league at-bats. In AAA this year, in 54 at-bats, he has 25 strikeouts.
Bassitt got him to fly out to right field the last time. And aboard only once so far in 7 plate appearances as a major leaguer. 0-2. Fastball outside. Cook lays off. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Genesis Cabrera, the lefty, has been loosening for the Blue Jays. Bassitt trying to keep him in the pen until the top of the 6th at least. With 2 down, the 1-2. Slow breaking ball misses inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bassitt bends down, takes a second to think, and now goes to his right hip. Steps onto the rubber, bends his knees, and comes set. Here's the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Bassitt strikes out Cook, but gives up 2 on 3 hits. It's Tellez's 2-run double that propels Pittsburgh in front. 3-1 the Pirates lead, middle of the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Tonight at 7 Eastern on NBA Radio.
Here's Clark off a screen, gets a look.
Can Caitlin Clark and the Fever pull off a win in Brooklyn?
I love playing in front of these environments, so I hope those fans continue to show up, and I know they will.
Or will the reigning MVP Brianna Stewart and the Liberty have success at home?
The thing now is to take the momentum that we have and turn it into something even more.
Catch Indiana and New York tonight at 7 Eastern on NBA Radio Channel 86 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
The South Carolina Gamecocks are on top of the women's college basketball world yet again.
Perfection for South Carolina. 38 games, 38 wins.
We're reacting to the perfect season and talking to the biggest names right here on Channel 374.
Congratulations, Coach Saley. What does this particular title mean to you?
This title is pretty special because it was unexpected.
Keep it locked into SiriusXM SEC Radio as we continue to break it all down and celebrate the Gamecocks' third national title.
Nobody covers the National Football League like SiriusXM NFL Radio.
Mahomes fires it late for the end zone. Caught! Touchdown!
Get the latest news from OTAs to minicamps, all the way through training camps.
We don't care about expectations. Talk doesn't win games.
Our panel of experts is getting you ready for the 2024 season.
The more I watch this guy, the more I like him.
There's a story for every team on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win whichever fantasy sport you play. Right now on Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
The Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the fifth inning at Rogers Center. Welcome back to downtown Toronto. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. 3-1 the Pirates lead. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa leads off for the Blue Jays and takes strike one from Quinn Priester. Oh, 1 in there again. Strike two. A two-run double by Rowdy Tellez has given the Pirates the lead. Blue Jays looking to respond. 0-2 pitch is bounced to the right side, through the hole into right field. Looking like Miguel Cabrera, a leadoff single for Isaiah Kiner-Falefa.
Well, he's so good with that bat. He saw that big hole on the right side. Nick Gonzalez was shaded towards second base. And he just drops a little ground ball in between Rowdy Tellez and Nick Gonzalez over there. I've said this 1,000 times, but he's a guy that I want on my team, on my roster, in my lineup.
Big leadoff first for IKF. Priester looking over his shoulder, now comes set and delivers to Davis Schneider. Swing and a miss on the slide step fastball, 0-1. Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host today. Nick Blackmore, our producer. Andrew Adams and Tom Young, our technical directors. Still a big hole on the right side. And the 0-1 pitch to Davis Schneider. Swinging a liner, left center, that's down, and rolling into the gap. IKF around second, headed for third. Bay cuts it off, throws it back to second, and the Blue Jays have runners on the corners, nobody out.
That was a great swing from Davis Schneider, not trying to do too much with that ball. Right down the middle, he drills it over O'Neal Cruz at shortstop, but a good play from Bay in center field, keeping Davis Schneider to a single, cutting that ball off and throwing it into second base.
Only the second single for Schneider in now 7 and change games. Over the last 7, he was 6 for 28, which was a .214 average, but 5 of the 6 hits were extra base hits. Schneider now leading off first after the single. IKF off third. Nobody out. 3-1 Pirates. Bottom of the fifth. The pitch to Danny Jansen. Inside, ball one. Jansen has 2 of the Blue Jays' 7 hits today. Singles to left field in the first and third. Priester tucks the ball into his glove belt high. Now he kicks and fires. Jansen bends the knee, does not swing. It's down and away, ball 2. Blue Jays catcher has driven in 13 so far this season. 2-0. Swinging a fly ball foul down the left field line. New baseballs for the home plate umpire Eric Backus. New one out on the mound in the right hand of Quinn Priester, the Pirates starter. Called up today, slotted into the rotation, in some trouble in the fifth. 2-1. Swing and a pop-up. Left side of the diamond. The third baseman Hayes calling off the catcher. Cook makes the catch. There's one out, and both runners have to stay at first and third, respectively.
That's not the end of the world there. I think the worst-case scenario is obviously hitting into a double play, but I would love if Davis Schneider could somehow get to second base while Vlad is in the batter's box. That would be probably best-case scenario, so Vlad has runners on second and third, possibly 2 RBIs if he gets a base hit here.
Schneider talking with Rowdy Tellez at first, takes his lead. It's Isaiah Kiner-Falefa at third. 1 out, 3-1 Pirates, bottom of the fifth. Priester's pitch. Swing and a miss by Guerrero, 0-1. Vlad with 25 RBIs on the year is 0 for 2 today, a pair of fielder's choices. 0-1. Down and away, stabbed by Cook, the catcher. Kiner-Falefa very active at third. The lone Blue Jays run today came on a wild pitch. Two taps the plate by Guerrero. He's looking out at the pitcher, Quinn Priester. The righty sets. A long look in the pitch. Swing and a bouncer, right side, through into right center field, a base hit. IKF scores. Schneider tearing around second. He'll head to third. It's an RBI single for Guerrero. 3-2, and still runners on the corners with 1 out.
And just like IKF, he shoots that hole over there on the right side. Nick Gonzalez was again shaded towards second base. A huge hole. And Vlad knows it. He's such a smart hitter. When he's going right, he could put that ball anywhere, and he shoots the hole for an RBI. Now runners again on first and third.
Meeting on the mound right now. Pitching coach Oscar Marin out there talking to the young righty hurler Quinn Priester, only 23 years old in his second season. He's in the middle of one of his better major league starts of his career, but dealing with traffic, holding on to a 1-run lead. It's 3-2 Pirates, first and third for the Blue Jays, 1 out, bottom of the fifth.
Well, it's very easy for a guy with only 13 games started in the major leagues to start trying to do too much and in the end implode. Yes, he's pitching well up until this point, but the Blue Jays really haven't put pressure on him up until this point. First and third, this is a big spot for Quinn Priester. You can see the wheels start spinning. The heart rate is probably increasing. Let's see if he leaves something over the middle for Bo Bichette.
Bichette at the plate with 1 out. Here's the right-on-right pitch. Inside, Bichette jumps out of the way, 1-0. Davis Schneider on third, talking to Carlos Fablis, who delivers some signs to Bo, and Vlad at first base. The 1-0. Downstairs, 2 balls, no strikes. Bichette is 0 for 2 today, a strikeout and a groundout. Priester in the set. Rocks back, fires, and Bichette swings and misses. Out in front of a slider that broke off the plate, 2-1.
Well, you could tell what Bo Bichette was thinking, 2-0 right there. He was guessing something hard, and he got a slider off the plate and swung right through it.
Still a hitter's count. Here's the 2-1. Foul tipped into the glove. Bichette stumbling as he swung through that sinker, 2-2. Three-2 Pirates, 1 out, bottom of the fifth. Schneider on third, Guerrero on first, and the pitch. Foul tipped into the glove, strike 3.
Well, I have to say that was nasty. A slider off the plate and then 2 hard sinkers that looked very hittable and then sunk in underneath the barrel of Bo Bichette. That's a tough strikeout right there in a big spot.
And that'll be the last pitch that Priester throws in this game. Daniel Vogelback scheduled to hit next, already with a hit today. So Derek Shelton is going to the bullpen. Hunter Stratton about to enter for Pittsburgh. 3-2 Pirates over Blue Jays. 2 outs, runners on first and third. Bottom of the fifth. Let's go over to today's host, Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Ben. And before we check the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, we do have Jays Talk later. Jesse Rubinoff is here at the Rogers Center. He and I will have the post-game show. It is a weekend. We will take your calls and texts after the show. 590-590, name and location. We'll also throw out the numbers for you to call after this game is in the books. All right, on the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill, the RBC Canadian Open wrapping up today in Hamilton. And the day started with Scotland's Robert McIntyre atop the leaderboard. But hey, don't look now. Through 4 holes, he's 3 under par today. Tied for the leader with Robert McIntyre is Canada's own Mackenzie Hughes. The guys both tied at 13 under. Ben Griffin, 12 under. Tom Kim, Rory McIlroy, Sam Burns, and Ryan Fox tied for 4th at 11 under par. There was also a great story earlier today about a fan who stepped in to caddy for golfer C.T. Pan. His own caddy, Mike Cowan, injured during a fall. He is okay. But he only lasted 1 hole before caddy services stepped in with a pro. The fan was wearing an Argos hat in Hamilton, so maybe that was a factor as well. UEFA Champions League final was on yesterday. A win for Real Madrid over Dortmund. The Spanish side winning 2-0 in the final. They win the Champions League for the 15th time in club history. And some more news. There are multiple reports that Kylian Mbappe is signing with Real Madrid. The signing bonus is reportedly around 100 million euros, set to be a 5-year deal. So pretty good 24 hours for Real Madrid, I would say. And in Stanley Cup playoff action, the Oilers, 1 win from the Stanley Cup finals. They beat the Stars 3-1 in Dallas to take a 3-2 series lead in Game 5, and they will have a chance to close out the series on home ice and advance to the Stanley Cup final for the first time since 2006. Game 6 goes later tonight in Edmonton, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific on Sportsnet. Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Vogelbach is in the box. Hunter Stratton on the mound. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. First and third for the Blue Jays. 2 down, 3-2 Pirates. Bottom of the 5th. Hunter Stratton delivers the first pitch and misses down and in. 1-0. 25th appearance of the year for Stratton, a 4.61 ERA. 28 strikeouts to 4 walks in 27 1/3 innings. The righty from the first base side of the rubber peeks at Guerrero at first. The pitch. Swing and a foul tip back into the netting. 1-1. A 1-for-2 day for Vogelbach so far. Robbed of a hit in the second by a nice backhanded pick and then singled to center field in the 4th. Schneider on third, Guerrero on first. The 1-1. Bounce foul. 1-2.
Well, you can see Daniel Vogelbach a little bit frustrated right there after that swing. He knows he missed a good one. Kind of a cutter slider right over the middle of the plate. Looked like he pulled off a bit. That front shoulder went flying. Stay on that pitch, and that thing's right up the middle.
The 1-2. Swing, a fly ball, right center field. That one's deep, and it's down on the track. Schneider scores. They're giving the wave to Guerrero. Relay throw to the plate. Bounces in late. The Blue Jays are on top. 2-run double. Daniel Vogelbach. 4-3 Toronto. Another big day for the Blue Jays DH as he smoked that one to right center to give the Blue Jays their first lead today.
Well, on the previous pitch, that front shoulder went flying, and on that last pitch there, he kept the front shoulder in, and he drilled that baseball in the gap into right field.
First pitch to Justin Turner, inside, ball 1.
And I've said this before, but it's a beautiful thing when Vlad's flying around the bases with the helmet off and the hair going crazy, and then he does a Superman dive into home plate like that. He's fun to watch.
1-0. Fouled back. They had to make sure that Guerrero was going to get there. O'Neal Cruz, the shortstop, was set up on that relay. He's got one of the best, not just infield arms in all of baseball. Vogelbach on second, 2 down. 4-3 Blue Jays, bottom 5, the 1-1 to Turner. Called strike, 1-2.
I bet if you throw Neil Cruz on the mound, he could hit 97, 98.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe not.
I mean, he's
maybe not right away.
He's hit that not on the mound.
Oh, okay.
From a standing position. 1-2. High, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cruz threw out Ernie Clements yesterday on a ground ball to short, or 2 days ago, pardon me. That was in the mid-90s. And that's no hill to stand on there. You're not throwing downhill like that. 2-2. Hit hard but foul down the left field line.
I saw a lady in the stands the other day with a big fake red beard, and then with a Davis Schneider fake black mustache on top. So she's obviously fans of all kinds of facial hair.
That's quite the combo. You got to get like some Vladdy dreads maybe going with that.
Maybe, yeah.
You wear some Jano glasses. 2-2. Fouled off to the right. Turner has now seen 6 pitches in this plate appearance. Saw 6 in the 4th when he flied out to center field. He's 0 for 2 with a pair of flyouts today. Vogelback on second after the 2-run double that's flipped this game. 4-3 Blue Jays with 2 outs to the 2-2. Hit foul again. Turner had to reach out for that fastball outside off the plate, but he spoiled it to stay alive. A 3-run bottom of the 5th for the Blue Jays. Hunter Stratton, the reliever. Looking in, kicks and delivers. And it's hit foul again. Let's go over to the injury report brought to you by Bergmanis Pryor Personal Injury Lawyers. If life has thrown you a curveball and you're striking out with your insurance company, get ahead of the count and call Bergmanis Pryor Personal Injury Lawyers. You focus on getting better, and Bergmanis Pryor will take care of the rest. Visit bplawyers.ca. Max Scherzer threw a bullpen yesterday for the Texas Rangers. The first hurdle he's cleared as he hopes to rejoin the Rangers this season. 2-2 fouled off again by Justin Turner. Scherzer had surgery in December on his back. Has not appeared in game action since, but he threw about 25 pitches yesterday before the Rangers faced off with the Marlins. Two looks at second in the pitch. And Turner hits it foul again. He does not want to leave right now. He's seen 10 pitches in this at-bat. Stratton waves off a sign, now has what he wants. Runner on second. Still 2 down. Still 2-2. The righty twists and deals. And Turner hits it in the air, fair territory, back of first. Rowdy Tellez into shallow right, makes the catch. The first baseman ends the 5th. 3 runs for the Blue Jays on 4 hits. The 2-run double by Daniel Vogelback has made it a 4-3 Toronto lead through 5. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Show your pride in the heart of Toronto and create core memories. Join us at the ballpark on Friday, June 14th for Pride Night, presented by TD, and get your Blue Jays Rainbow Rope Corduroy hat. At the core of who we are. Celebrate pride and enjoy great Pride Night activities around the ballpark.
Hey Insiders, TSI Mike here. Thank you for coming back for another Toronto Blue Jays game. Every single Blue Jays game is live right here on Toronto Sports Insider. Thank you all for being here. Do not forget to hit that like button down below. We got to get these like button numbers up with these Blue Jays games. We get more fans in the chat. You see what it does in those hockey games? Let's do the same thing here with the Blue Jays games. Thank you all for being here. If you're new, hit that subscribe button as well. Turn on that little bell so you get notified every single time we go live here on TSI. Thank you guys. We'll see you guys in the chat, and go Jays go.
Should lead to the best quality of life. If you're a skilled trades worker, you might not be feeling that way right now. But in Alberta, skilled trades workers can earn more, save more, and live more with better wages and a lower cost of living. Visit albertaiscalling.ca to learn more about the $5,000 moving bonus for the first 2,000 skilled trades workers who move to Alberta, stay for a year, and successfully apply. A message from the Government of Alberta.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
It's Ernie Clement with the RBI single. 1-0 Toronto.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center. Top of the 6th inning. Blue Jays up 4-3 on the Pittsburgh Pirates. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. New pitcher for the Blue Jays, Chad Green, is out of the bullpen to make his 10th appearance of the season. He gets the top 3 in the Pirates order, starting with Andrew McCutchen. Former teammates facing off right now as Green delivers home, and McCutchen swings and misses at 95, 0-1. Green and McCutchen spent a half season together on the 2018 New York Yankees. Went to the ALDS before bowing out, 0-1. Down and away, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, this is a situation that you probably wouldn't really see Chad Green in. But this is a big game, a big spot. The top of the order is up for the Pittsburgh Pirates, and the Blue Jays need a big bullpen arm in this game.
1-1. Outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. Blue Jays just rallied back with 3 runs in the bottom of the 5th to take the lead. Daniel Vogelback's 2-run double capped it off. 2-1. Fouled into the netting, 2-2. The right-hander Green sets, glove near his chest, kicks and fires. Just missed with the slider outside, full count. Blue Jays have Tim Meza warming up as well, the lefty. Green facing his first batter, 3-2 to McCutchen. Low ball for a leadoff walk.
I think it's needless to say that's probably the last thing you want to do there. If he's going to get on base, you want him to hit the baseball. You throw something down in the zone there, just make a good pitch, and either he gets out or gets a base hit, but you want him to swing the bat there.
Instead, McCutchen on first for free, and here's Brian Reynolds. Right on left pitch. Check swing, pitch was outside and high, 1-0. For Green, it's his 3rd appearance since being activated off the injured list. Pitched scoreless innings against the White Sox and the Pirates on the 28th and 31st, respectively. 1-0. Foul tipped off the glove of Jansen, 1 ball, 1 strike. Fastball slider is the combo for Chad Green. It's a mid-90s fastball, a mid to high 80s slider that has a lot of north to south movement on it, a little more vertical than the traditional east to west slider. 1-1. Inside with the heater, 2 balls and 1 strike.
That was very close to hitting Reynolds as he just jumped out of the way at the last second.
Reynolds hit by a pitch last time he was up in the 4th. He's 1 for 2 today with a single and a hit by pitch. 2-1. Fastball high and outside, 3 balls and 1 strike.
You don't want to give Brian Reynolds something right down the middle here, but you have to throw a strike. You have to make him swing the bat. You don't want to put 2 guys on via the walk to start this inning.
McCutchen on first, taking his lead, held on by Turner. 3-1 pitch. Fouled back into the netting. 96 on the outside edge. 3-2.
That's a good pitch right there. Top corner of the strike zone. That's where Chad Green loves to live. Like you said, Ben, he loves to work north to south.
Reynolds will ask for time. He's inspecting the bottom of his right cleat. Now bounces the barrel off both of his feet. Takes a little half swing and starts to walk back toward the box. 4-3 Blue Jays, no outs, top of the 6th. Andrew McCutchen on first. And Chad Green on the mound for Toronto. Righty sets. Here's the 3-2. Low ball 4. Back-to-back walks to start the inning. Pete Walker's going to head out to the mound here before Connor Joe hits. We can go to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. At one point, the Red Sox were up 3-0 on the Detroit Tigers, but the Tigers have come all the way back to lead 4-3. Mark Canha's RBI groundout has capped off the comeback. It's 4-3 Tigers, bottom of the 7th on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Mound meeting breaks up. A tough start to the appearance for Chad Green. He's walked the first 2 hitters he's faced. First and second, nobody out. Here's Connor Joe with the Blue Jays holding on to a 4-3 lead, top of the 6th. One for 2 days so far for Connor Joe. The right-handed hitting right fielder steps in. Open stance, bounces the bat off his right shoulder, the pitch. Check swing, and it's lined foul, 0-1. Long black hair for Connor Joe, peeking out of his helmet. Eye black as well, despite the roof being closed today. Here's the 0-1. Popped up, right side foul. The catcher Jansen can't see it. Late scramble. That's in the seats anyway. 0-2.
The guy that tried to catch that baseball in the stands had his phone in his hand and was trying to catch it with his phone in his right. And I think the ball hit the facing of his phone. I hope it's okay down there.
That's just bad form.
You got to drop the phone, man.
Put it in your pocket. Ball's up there for 5 seconds. The 0-2. Down and away. Joe started the swing but lays off. "15 pitches already for Green. Nobody out. First and second. 4-3 Blue Jays, top of the 6th. Righty's pitch. Smoke down the left field line. That'll go foul, but into the 500 level. It bounces out and drops into the 200 level, but a mammoth shot there for Joe.
Yeah, you can't throw another one of those pitches. That was a very hittable fastball, thigh high on the inner third. That's probably the pitch that Connor Joe is looking for, just out in front of it into the 5th deck.
1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on a fastball away, and there's one down.
There you go. Give him something that he cannot hit. Even if he does make contact, it would have just been weak contact. A fastball just outside. Connor Joe whiffs it.
One down, but still danger to work through. O'Neal Cruz comes up to the plate. First and second for the Pirates. 4-3 the Blue Jays lead, top of the 6th. Green in the set, looks at McCutchen at second in the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 1. That was the cutter from Green, doesn't use it a ton, but he got Cruz swinging out of his shoes on that pitch. The helmet fell off of the 6'7" shortstop's head. A set from Green. And the 0-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Tied him up with a cutter inside off the plate.
And you mentioned earlier that he has 75 strikeouts this season. For a guy that strikes out at that rate, you cannot throw something in the zone here, 0-2. It has to be expanded either up or down, but nothing hittable for O'Neal Cruz.
Green's going to step off before the 2-strike pitch. Righty back on the rubber, looking in at Danny Jansen. And he's set. 0-2. High and outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I don't love the high and outside pitch. It doesn't look like a hittable pitch out of the hand. So that more often than not, a guy is just going to take that pitch. If I'm throwing that elevated fastball, I want to start it right down the middle.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Middle lane fastball, but he puts it by Cruz. 2 down.
Good pitch right there. O'Neal Cruz is a big guy, wants to get the hands extended, and he ties him up on the inside part of the plate with that fastball. A big strikeout for Chad Green.
After back-to-back walks, back-to-back swinging strikeouts, and Brian Hayes is coming up to the plate. 1 for 3 today. 4-3 Blue Jays, 2 on, 2 out, top of the 6th. Green waves off a sign. Now he's got what he wants. Righty's pitch. Called strike 1. Fastball on the outside edge. Tim Meza and Nate Pearson getting loose for the Blue Jays. 2 down, top of the 6th. 0-1. Down and away. Chad Green in his first inning of work. Chris Bassitt stayed done after 5 innings. Gave up 8 hits, 3 runs. Walked 1, hit 3 batters. Struck out 7. He is in line for the win with the Blue Jays up 4-3. Green trying to keep it that way. 1-1. His hit foul off to the right. 1-2. Righty sets, looks at second. His 1-2. Fouled back into the netting. Delivered the fastball up above the zone, but Hayes got a piece of it.
I'm surprised that Brian Hayes even made contact with that ball there. That was a fastball that was elevated way out of the strike zone. Brian Hayes just gets a piece of it to stay alive.
McCutchen on second. Reynolds on first. 2 down. Blue Jays just jumped in front in the bottom of the 5th with a 2-run double by Daniel Vogelbach. It's 4-3 in the top of the 6th. The pitch. Outside, 2-2. Green licks his fingers and wipes them on his pants. It's been a long inning. 26 pitches. The 2-2. Hit well, left field on a line. Schneider coming in, makes the catch, and ends the inning. Green walks the first 2, but strands him on first and second, and the Blue Jays maintain a 4-3 lead, middle of the 6th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
All the girl groups.
I'll tell you what I want, but I really, really want.
All the grunge.
The Britney. The Biggie. The boy bands.
All that and MTV VJ Downtown Julie Brown.
Also singer-songwriter Lisa Loeb.
You're probably going to get up and dance. You might even make up some fake lyrics.
90s on 9.
All that.
Bag of chips not included.
Channel 9 and the all-new Sirius XM app.
Wake up! Wake up, everybody! This is Steve Phillips from the leadoff spot on MLB Network Radio. Join me and former Major League Baseball players Eduardo Perez and Xavier Scruggs as we react to all the latest news and scores across baseball and have plenty of fun along the way.
Steve, you were so right about that.
I don't know if anybody else thinks we're funny, but I think we're funny.
Why are you putting us or we into this?
The leadoff spot, weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the Sirius XM app.
It's PGA Championship Week on Sirius XM, and you can hear all the action on PGA Championship Radio.
Brooks Koepka is the winner of the 105th PGA Championship.
We have coverage from Valhalla Golf Club with analysis, player interviews, and play-by-play coverage.
Scotty Scheffler just makes an eagle at the 8th.
Hear the 2024 PGA Championship on PGA Championship Radio, Channel 92 when you're in the car, and on the Sirius XM app.
Hey, baseball fans, the NBA postseason is in full swing, and your home for nonstop discussion every day and playoff action on the court every night is Sirius XM NBA Radio Channel 86 and on the brand new Sirius XM app.
Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Bottom of the 6th inning in downtown Toronto, 4-3. The Blue Jays lead the Pirates. Hunter Stratton delivers to George Springer, misses outside. It's 1-0. Second inning of work for the reliever Hunter Stratton. Righties 1-0. Outside. Stratton came on in the 5th with 2 outs, gave up a 2-run double to Daniel Vogelbach, both inherited runners, and then got Justin Turner to pop out to end the inning. Pitch. Swing and a miss. Springer out of his shoes on a 2-0 fastball. It's now 2-1.
Isn't that how it always works, though? You give up someone else's runs, and then you get a quick out. And you get out of the inning.
The righty Stratton settles onto the mound and is 2-1. Hit up the middle on the ground. Backhanded by the second baseman Gonzalez. Throw to first. Dug out by Tellez. 1 down. Stratton was a 16th rounder by the Pirates in 2017 out of Walters State Community College in Tennessee. Not necessarily a renowned baseball school, but he was incredibly successful there. At one point, throwing back-to-back no-hitters. That's no-hitters in back-to-back games as a sophomore. First pitch to Dalton Varsho. Shows bunt, drags it up the first baseline. Tellez fields it, and Varsho beats him by a mile. Bunt single, Dalton Varsho. He's aboard with 1 out.
We haven't seen him attempt those very much this season, but we all know that he's very good at that drag bunt. And that one right there is about as good as it gets. Taking Rowdy Tellez away from first base. Rowdy Tellez fields that baseball and has no chance to get Dalton Varsho at first base.
2-hit day now for Varsho. Here's Kiner Falefa. Stratton peeks over at first, comes set. And the pitch. At the knees, strike 1. Kiner Falefa with a hit and a run scored. Singled in the 5th inning to start the 3-run rally. Up in the bottom of the 6th with the Blue Jays up 4-3. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Down to a knee on the breaking ball. 0-2. Breaking balls have been friendly traditionally to Kiner Falefa this year. A .271 hitter with 4 doubles and a homer this season against breaking stuff. 0-2. Swing and a foul off. Kiner Falefa tips the fastball that was outside, and a jolt over at first by Varsho. He lunged to second base but then stopped, maybe trying to time up the pitcher Stratton. 3 big steps off first for Varsho. 1 out, 2 strikes on IKF. And a throw over to first. Varsho back standing. Dalton swiped 5 bags this year, hasn't been thrown out. In fact, the Blue Jays over 90% as a team in stolen bases. That leads Major League Baseball. 0-2. Swing and a fly ball deep center field. Bay going back, calls off the left fielder Reynolds, makes the catch. 1 out, or make that 2 outs. And Varsho will retreat to first.
Well, the Blue Jays don't have the fastest players or the quickest players, but they do have some guys on their roster that are very intelligent base stealers, very intelligent players, and Dalton Varsho is one of those guys.
Varsho remains on first, 2 outs. Here's Davis Schneider. 4-3 Blue Jays, bottom of the 6th. Hunter Stratton, the reliever, still on the mound for Pittsburgh. And the pitch. High ball 1. Another lunge at first by the runner Varsho. Davis Schneider singled last inning, came around to score on the Vogelback double. 1-0. High and inside, 2 balls, no strikes.
And if I'm Davis Schneider here, I really zone up, wait for something on the inside part of the plate. Maybe a fastball or a hanging breaking ball here from Stratton, but I'm not swinging at anything up, nothing away. It's a big pitch right here.
2-0. Swing and a bouncer, foul. 2 balls and 1 strike. That was a cutter kind of right on the outside edge.
Yeah, not really the pitch that Davis Schneider wanted there, but he swung at it anyways. That was actually a pretty good pitch, a cutter right on the black, and he just fouls it off. If I'm Davis Schneider, I just take that pitch, kind of tip my cap to Stratton.
Stratton peeking over his left shoulder at Varsho, the runner on first. Kicks and delivers. Called strike 3. Froze Schneider on a front hip slider that broke over the plate at the last second. So 2-2 the count with 2 outs. Runner on first. 4-3 is the score in favor of the Blue Jays. The pitch. Varsho takes off and a foul off. Still 2-2. Varsho back to first. We'll see if he takes off again with 2 outs. It's a 2-2 count. Stratton pitches to Schneider. Never mind, he turns and throws to first, and it skips away. Varsho taking off for second. He's around second, going for third. Tellez picks it up, tosses it across the diamond, but way late, it skips from third, but the pitcher Stratton was backing it up. So that will end the play. Dalton Varsho moves up 180 feet, all the way to third base.
And if you go back to spring training, pitchers work on backing up third base, backing up bases for hours. And Hunter Stratton there sprints over to third base and saves a run because Rowdy Tellez's throw got past Cabrian Hayes at third base there. That's why you work on that play for hours.
It will be an error on Stratton that got Varsho there. 2-2. Swing and a liner. Left field line. Fair ball! Varsho in to score. Schneider around first. He's in his second with an RBI double. It's 5-3 Blue Jays.
And that's the pitch right there that Schneider was waiting for, a hanging breaking ball from Stratton. He's so good at hitting those hangers. It was a backup breaking ball from Stratton. And he puts the Blue Jays up by 2.
2-hit day for Schneider, who now has 30 RBIs on the year. And the Blue Jays have added to their lead. Here comes Oscar Marin, pitching coach, to talk to Hunter Stratton. Check out the Vladimir Guerrero Jr. City Connect bobblehead giveaway being given out tomorrow. Be one of the first 15,000 fans to the ballpark, and you could get your hands on this exclusive giveaway. Yes, Vladdy wearing the brand new City Connect jersey with a light up Toronto skyline. Head to bluejays.com/cityweek. Davis Schneider threading the needle, just keeping it fair down the left field line on a double, has given the Blue Jays a 5-3 lead. 4 unanswered runs for Toronto in the bottom of the 5th and bottom of the 6th. Danny Jansen to the plate now. Runner on second, 2 down. Stratton looks at Schneider, delivers. Jansen takes strike 1. A 2-for-3 day for the Blue Jays catcher has boosted his average 11 points from 287 where it started today to now 298. 0-1. Down and away. Trevor Richards is up in the Blue Jays pen, presumably to pitch the 7th. Carmen Majinski warming up for Pittsburgh. 1-1. Swing and a pop-up back of first. Awkward spot in shallow right. The second baseman Gonzalez tracks over and makes the catch to end the inning. Blue Jays add on a run on 2 hits after the Varsho bunt single. Schneider hits a double to score him, and it's 5-3 Toronto. End of 6. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
So Blue Jays fans, you want to know about salsa? Salsa is more than dancing. It's more than music. Salsa is the passion and spirit that is at the core of the beautiful cultures of Latin America. The Blue Jays are bringing salsa to the ballpark on June 27th. Be one of the first 15,000 fans in attendance and receive a Blue Jays chip and dip bowl. Celebrate salsa and create core memories with your Blue Jays. It's salsa night. For tickets, visit bluejays.com. Right, Vladdy?
Everybody salsa.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart deferred payment program. your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in-store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
Bring excitement to your landscape with proven winners, Color Choice Shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better, so they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for proven winners, Color Choice Shrubs, in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Fastball hit to center field. Varsho with a dive, and he makes the catch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Trevor Richards into the ballgame for the Blue Jays. Top of the 7th inning in Toronto. It's 5-3 Blue Jays. Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Richards in to face 6, 7, 8 in the Pittsburgh order. Nick Gonzalez, Rowdy Tellez, and Ji-Hwan Bae. '25th appearance of the year for the Blue Jays right-hander, a 3.29 earned run average. About a strikeout an inning, 26 strikeouts to 13 walks. First pitch, Gonzalez takes the changeup, strike one. Richards is the third Blue Jays pitcher into this game. 0-1. High, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Do you think it's possible that Trevor Richards goes 2 innings tonight?
I think it's possible.
Likely? It didn't sound like it's very likely in that voice of yours.
I wouldn't, my opinion, I would say it's likely. They already do have, I believe, Nate Pearson getting loose as the 1-1's hit on the ground at third, picked up by Guerrero, throw to first in time. And that's the first play made at third by Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Not an easy one either, 1 down.
Well, he didn't look overly comfortable making that play, but he made it, and he made a perfect throw across the diamond right to the head of Justin Turner. Almost Olayed it there.
Was a little bit deep, and Gonzalez is fast, so that had to be on the money, and it was. 1 down, here's Rowdy Tellez. Takes the first pitch low, 1-0. Tellez has not been retired today. 3 RBIs in a 2-hit day. Goes around reluctantly on a changeup in the dirt, 1-1. These two traded for each other. Rowdy Tellez traded to Milwaukee from Toronto for Trevor Richards and Bowden Francis. Richards looking in at Tellez with 1 out, nobody on. Here's his 1-1 pitch. Check swing on a changeup low, appeal to third. He did not go around. Says Charlie Ramos. It's 2 balls and 1 strike.
And I asked you earlier in this series who won that trade, Milwaukee or Toronto, and you said Rowdy Tellez hit 35 home runs in 2022.
Well, you're taking me out of context. You said that the Blue Jays won it, and so I responded with that. I wasn't implying that Milwaukee won it.
No, I wasn't implying that either. I was just mentioning that you had mentioned that he hit 35 home runs, and I don't know who won that trade.
I think both teams can win a trade. 3-1. Smash to right center field. Varsho going back, curls, and makes the catch, tumbling onto the track. 2 down.
I thought that Dalton Varsho had no chance to catch that baseball. That ball was smoked off the bat of Rowdy Tellez. But he's so good at tracking those baseballs down over his head in the gap, and that looked almost like an easy catch to him.
What isn't easy for him?
I don't know.
Long run there for Varsho to make the play. 2 down. The pitch to Ji-Hwan Bae is low ball 1. (5-3 Blue Jays. 2 down, nobody on, top of the 7th. Richards in the set and the 1-0. Called strike. 1-1.
After that play was made by Dalton Varsho in center field, Vlad actually took his cap off and raised it towards Dalton Varsho in center field. That's how good that catch was.
1-1. Grounded up the middle. Picked up by Bassitt at short. Sidearm throw to first in time. Beats Bay by half a step to end the top of the 7th. 1-2-3 for Richards. A great catch from Varsho. The highlight of the frame. It's 5-3 Blue Jays at the 7th inning stretch. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're 2 men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think 2 men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
I am by your side. Got a heart so big, on this you can rely. No mountains too tall for the strong boots to climb. I am by your side.
That was Desjardins Insurance, playing insurance with a heart so big it shows. Tune in for your auto and home coverage at desjardins.com/heart.
Hey, this is Chris Bassitt. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the 7th inning in Toronto. Blue Jays up 5-3, and after making his first play at third base in this start today, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. leads off for Toronto. The long blonde mane of Carmen Mlodzinski on the mound for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Reliever starts off his day with Pittsburgh trailing 5-3. Guerrero, Bassitt, and Vogelbach to face Mlodzinski. Righty kicks and fires, and Guerrero checks his swing on a called strike 1. Mlodzinski pitched 2 innings in the 14-inning affair to open this series. Swing and a miss by Guerrero on a breaking ball outside. 0-2. Energized crowd at Rogers Center. Blue Jays were down 3-1 going to the bottom of the 5th. Have scored 4 straight. 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase the breaking ball outside. 1 down.
That's a tough slider right there for Mlodzinski. Started on the plate, looked like a strike. Vlad had to try to protect, and then that thing took a left turn.
So 1 strikeout for Mlodzinski, who did fan 3 Blue Jays in his 2 innings of work on Friday. The pitch to Bo Bichette. Swing and a miss. Huge hack by Bo. 0-1. Bichette is 0 for 3 today. A pair of swinging strikeouts and a ground out. 0-1. Outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Mlodzinski working quickly, sets with his glove right near his chin. The righty kicks and releases. Bichette strokes it foul down the right field line. 1-2. For Mlodzinski, he's in his 6th game of the year. ERA just above 9 entering this one. 1-2. High and outside with the heater. 2 balls, 2 strikes. It's been a slow start to Mlodzinski's year, although he started the season with an IL stint. Had some inflammation in spring. 2-2 pitch way up and in. Bichette backs out of the way of 95, full count. So Mlodzinski began the year on the IL, rehabbed starting on April 5th, optioned to AAA on April 10th, and then called up on May 15th. 3-2, popped up, right side, into the seats.
Yeah, Majinski's given up 10 runs, 8 of those earned in just 7 2/3 innings. But if you go back to last year in 2023, he had a pretty good year, 36 innings, and he had a 2.25 ERA. So the Pirates have a little bit longer of a leash for Majinski.
A 31st overall pick in 2020. Pitched in college at South Carolina, although didn't get to pitch a ton of time. 3-2. Hit on the ground sharply right side. Sliding stop Gonzalez. Throws from an 8 of first and retires Bassitt. 2 down.
Anytime I hear South Carolina, that brings me back to my college days. Winthrop was about 45 minutes north of South Carolina. We'd go down to football games, watch football there, go over to Clemson, watch football games there. Winthrop didn't have a football team.
And if they did, you don't want to watch them play Clemson in South Carolina. I watched my Syracuse team get dismantled by Clemson enough times.
Well, when I went to college, Clemson wasn't good at football.
Right. First pitch to Daniel Vogelbach, called strike 1.
Actually, I think South Carolina was better than Clemson in the days when I was going to college, which is weird because that's not the case now.
Yeah. Here's the 0-1. High, 1 ball, 1 strike. Daniel Vogelbach is up. He's 2 for 3 today. A 2-run double in the 5th. Flipped this game. Blue Jays were down 3-2. They're leading now 5-3. They added on another run in the 6th. A long look, and the catcher, Cook, is going to step out from behind the plate and visit Majinski. With that, let's go over to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Really good game going on at Fenway Park. Told you earlier, the Red Sox were up 3-0 on the Tigers. Tigers stormed back to go up 4-3. And then in the bottom of the 8th inning, Rafael Devers with a home run to tie it 4-4. That's the score in the bottom of the 9th. Devers today 2 for 3 with a solo shot and an RBI triple. 4-4 again, Boston-Detroit on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Pitch to Vogelbach. Right over the heart of the plate. Called strike 2. The count's 1-2 with 2 outs and the bases empty.
One thing I have noticed to Bogey, he's always talking in the box, whether he's talking to himself, talking to the home plate umpire, talking to whoever will listen.
1-2. Down and in. When you were catching before you became a pitcher, would you talk to guys who were talking in the box?
I was never a big talker.
Yeah.
But when they would talk to me...
2-2 in the dirt, 3-2.
I would engage, but I think internally I was just thinking, please stop talking.
Because I guess rude not to respond.
Yeah. You don't want to be known as that guy. But definitely inside I was just like, please concentrate on the pitch and stop talking to me.
Vogelbach asks for time and steps out. They're talking to you, you're not responding. They're like, yeah, I thought the Canadian guy in the league was the nice guy.
Yeah. I got to keep the stereotype up at least.
Yeah. Vogie back in the box, 3-2. Swinging a bouncer foul. Mark Budzinski, first base coach, jumps out of the way. Elsewhere on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, the Tampa Bay Rays have stormed back. They were trailing the Baltimore Orioles 3-0. They're now up 4-3. Jose Siri with a 2-run double to give the Rays the lead. 3-2 to Vogie again. He's hit in the air deep left field. Reynolds backing up just in front of the track. He stops, makes the catch, and ends the inning. Blue Jays go down 1-2-3 in the 7th, lead 5-3 as we go to the 8th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
New faces in new places.
Absolutely thrilled to be an Atlanta Falcon.
And SiriusXM NFL Radio brings you an insider's perspective from OTAs and mandatory minicamps.
He's an accomplished route runner. He's an instant starter. He is awesome.
Hear how your team is shaping up as they prepare for the 2024 season.
I don't see bust. I see Super Bowl.
There's a story for every team on SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
Are you regretting eating that gas station hot dog? Yeah, we know. We've been there too.
This is a message for baseball fans like you. Did you know that you get a channel that's talking baseball 24/7 as part of your SiriusXM subscription?
What?
Our lineup includes shows hosted by former big leaguers and executives. Plus, you'll hear from 17 managers each week. MLB Network Radio is on SiriusXM Channel 89, or just search MLB Network Radio on the SXM app. SiriusXM Sports. We're more than just a game.
Blue Jays fans, your manager, John Schneider, joins MLB Network Radio every other Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern.
Hopefully you get a couple guys going at the same time, and we're just looking for consistency. It's been tough, it's been frustrating at times, but also feel good about the progress that certain guys have made and that the progress that we've made in terms of, our prep and our work.
Managers at the mic on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM 89 and the SiriusXM app.
In season or out of season, the number one place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center, top of the 8th inning. Blue Jays are up right now 5-3 on the Pirates in a rubber match. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Nate Pearson handed the ball for the 8th inning. 9-1-2 scheduled to hit for the Pirates, although a pinch hitter to start the frame. Grant Cook is lifted, and the other Pirates catcher, Yasmani Grandal, the switch hitter batting left, will come in to face the tall righty Pearson. 6'6 reliever comes set, kicks and fires to Grandal. It's a fastball for strike one.
Well, I think pinch hitting Grandal for Cook is a no-brainer at this point. Cook's still struggling, a lot of strikeouts, has yet to get a big league hit.
0-1. Swing and a pop-up foul, 0-2. Grandal struggling this year to a 182 average, but a guy with 940 career hits, almost 200 home runs. 0-2. Hit on the ground, left side, speared by Guerrero, turns around near short, throw to first in time. One out. What a play by Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Well, we said that first play he made over at third base wasn't pretty, but that one right there shows a lot more athleticism, ranging to his left, almost where a shortstop would play, and he makes the perfect throw across the diamond. That was pretty good right there.
That was pretty good. Pretty smooth from Vladimir Guerrero Jr. over on the left side. Andrew McCutchen is up, one down, the pitch. Called strike one. Nate Pearson will certainly take it. The first hurdle cleared here in the 8th. Blue Jays saving Jimmy Garcia, it seems, for a possible safe situation in the 9th. 0-1 in the dirt.
In Pearson's last game against Pittsburgh, he threw 2 innings, and he really leaned on that slider, threw a ton of sliders, a lot of strikes.
1-1. Swing and a miss. Caught him out in front on the slider, 1-2.
And it seems like it's going to be no different today. Thing looks tight, a lot of downward action. And again, if you can make Andrew McCutchen swing like that, it's probably a pretty good pitch.
The 1-2. Fastball high. McCutchen checks his swing. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, if you go look at how guys are hitting against Nate Pearson's pitches, it is not what you would think. A guy who possesses a very hard fastball, averaging 97.5 miles an hour. His 2-2. Swing and a foul off. Batters are hitting 389 off of his fastball. They are hitting 125 off of his slider. And he doesn't use the curve a ton, but they're hitting 091 against the curve. The breaking balls have been far more dominant. With 1 out and the bases empty, the 6'6 righty delivers. Swing and a looper up the middle, backing up Kiner Falefa. It's over his head and down in shallow center. First hit of the day for McCutchen, 3rd time aboard.
Well, I think when Nate Pearson gets in trouble, he tries to do too much with that breaking ball. I think he really tried to choke that pitch off and make it move. And it ended up just being a backup slider right over the inside part of the plate. Kutch didn't get all of it, but he got enough of it to drop it over IKF at second base.
So the tying run at the plate now, 5-3 Blue Jays. Runner on first, one down, top of the 8th, and a first pitch fastball, strike one against Brian Reynolds. Reynolds has been on 3 times today, singled in the first, hit by a pitch in the 4th, and walked in the 6th. He was retired once, grounded out to first in the 2nd inning. 0-1 outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Big drift for the Blue Jays. Obviously no more shift allowed, but Bassitt playing almost right up the middle. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., the third baseman today, playing pretty much at short. 1-1. Check swing, pitch was down and in, appeal to third, no swing. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Reynolds leads the Pirates with 32 RBIs. The 2-1. Called strike. A 99-mile-per-hour fastball right at the top of the zone, 2-2.
Brian Reynolds didn't like it. Took about 3 or 4 steps outside of that batter's box, shaking his head, talking to himself, fixing his batting gloves. It wasn't a terrible pitch. It was just out of the strike zone. I can understand his frustration, but he is taking his sweet time getting back in that batter's box.
He did ask for time, so they reset the clock. Now Reynolds in there. McCutchen leading off first, held on by Turner. 1 out, 5-3 Blue Jay lead, top of the 8th. Pearson kicks and delivers. Foul tip into the glove, strike 3. Elevated the fastball at 99, 2 down.
And those are the types of swings you get when you sneak a fastball by guys, especially when you've thrown so many breaking balls in the last 3 or 4 outings. They know that. They see that in the scouting report, and then you get 2 strikes on a guy, and you throw that elevated fastball. Good luck.
Here's the pitch to Connor Joe. Breaking ball, front doors Joe, strike 1. Andrew McCutchen on first with 2 down. 5-3 Blue Jays on top of the Pirates in the top of the 8th. Nate Pearson trying to maintain this 2-run lead. 0-1. Swing and a pop-up near first. Turner into foul territory in the first base coach's box. Drifts right, makes the catch, and ends the inning. Well worked by Nate Pearson. He strands the 1-out McCutchen single and keeps it 5-3. Middle of the 8th inning. Justin Turner will lead off for the Blue Jays next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
Bring excitement to your landscape with Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better. So they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs in the distinctive white container at your local garden center or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
The hardest work should lead to the best quality of life. If you're a skilled trades worker, you might not be feeling that way right now. But in Alberta, skilled trades workers can earn more, save more, and live more with better wages and a lower cost of living. Visit to learn more about the $5,000 moving bonus for the first 2,000 skilled trades workers who move to Alberta. Stay for a year. A message from the Government of Alberta.
Hey, this is Justin Turner. You're listening to
He's 35 years old. He's been catching for a long time. But to be sitting on the bench for 6 or 7 innings and to come in this ball game late, I can't imagine what his body feels like, especially after that workload that he's had the last couple of games.
Grandal setting up outside as George Springer comes to the plate. 1 out. 5-3 Blue Jays, bottom 8 the pitch. High ball 1. For Nicholas, it's his 12th appearance of the year. An ERA around 6.5 entering this game. 1-0. In the zone. 1 ball, 1 strike. It was Nicholas who delivered the pitch that Davis Schneider sent over the right field wall in the 14th inning of Game 1 of this series. A 98-mile-per-hour fastball, the hardest pitch that has been hit for a home run by a Blue Jay this year. 1-1. Foul tip into the glove. Springer just tried to get around 99, but just missed it. 1-2. Nicholas, a second rounder by the Marlins in 2020. Sent over to the Pirates as Jacob Stallings was traded the other way. 1-2. Bounced off the plate, headed toward third, fielded by Hayes in foul territory. Still a ball and 2 strikes. Springer made it all the way to first on that chopper. He laughs a little bit with Tellez and heads back. Tellez and Springer briefly teammates. George was injured for a lot of the start of 2021, and Tellez gets dealt in the middle of the year, but would have been together for a portion of that season. One-two count with 1 out and nobody on. 5-3 Blue Jays, bottom 8. The pitch is hit on the ground softly to short. Picked up by Cruz. A crow hop and rifle throw over to first. 2 down.
Well, no need to throw that baseball 103 miles an hour across the diamond, but he did it anyways.
O'Neill, Cruz tossing out Springer. Here's Dalton Varsho now with 2 down. What a day it's been so far for Varsho. 2 for 3 at the plate, 2 runs scored. Here's the pitch. Inside, ball 1. And he's really created 2 runs almost on his own. He doubled in the third, got to third base and scored on a wild pitch. That was the Blue Jays' first run of the day. 1-0, called strike. And then he bunted for a single in the 6th inning, created some havoc bouncing around at first base. A pickoff throw was tossed away. He made it all the way to third before Davis Schneider knocked him in for the Blue Jays' 5th run of the day. They're up 5-3, the 1-1. Inside, 2 balls and 1 strike.
Isn't it fun when you're creating runs? You're kind of just wreaking havoc out there. That's the kind of baseball that I enjoy watching, when you're drag bunting, then you steal a bag, you get the third on a throwing error, something like that.
2-1. Inside, ball 3. What is interesting, you say that's your favorite, and Major League Baseball has done a lot of fan research surveys over the last couple of years as they do pace of play rules, etc. The most exciting play always in the survey, as picked by fans, is the stolen base, not the home run. 3-1, called strike, 3-2. That's why so many of the pace of play rules have been focused around getting more running back into the game. Full count, 2 outs, the pitch. Down and in, ball 4. Varsho aboard for a 3rd time today. And maybe a chance to run with Isaiah Kiner-Falefa coming to the plate.
Well, I would love if he takes the bag right here. Don't wait around. First pitch, get to second, give IKF a chance to knock you in with a little base hit.
Varsho is 5 for 5 this year, trying to steal bases. He leads off first. Tellez holding him on a step off the bag. The pitch. Delayed steal. Varsho takes on for second, and he's out. He did a secondary lead and late takeoff to try and catch Grandal off guard. You don't see that play all the time, but the Blue Jays are holding it up. They might want to look. They are going to challenge. The Pirates were walking off the field, but they will stop and wait for the review.
He initially looked safe to me. I thought that was a great play. And watching that replay, I think that right foot might have snuck in there. I could be wrong, but might not be enough evidence to overturn this. But Dalton Varsho thought he was safe. I thought he was safe. I think that's good enough.
So Varsho with the delayed steal, by the way, and if you haven't seen that much, considering it hasn't really been done much in the last 10, 20 years of baseball, he takes his secondary to almost dupe the defense, and then he takes off to steal. So Grandal never popped up, and the second baseman, Gonzalez, was late to cover. They're trying to lull the Pirates there, and you can hear the cheers. Now, they're going to cheer a lot of the time, but they have some pretty good evidence right now that it looks like Varsho's foot got in there before the tag.
Well, I tell you, the only thing that Dalton Varsho did incorrectly there is he slid to the middle of the bag. If you're stealing that bag, you want to slide kind of to the right, closer to center field of that bag, so it takes longer for Nick Gonzalez to get that glove through and tag your leg. But other than that, that delay steal was perfect.
Trip Gibson and the crew chief Laz Diaz are waiting for the call right now. If it is overturned, Varsho's on second with 2 outs. If it stands or is confirmed, then the 8th is over, and we'll go to the 9th inning. Jimmy Garcia is warming up for the Blue Jays, by the way.
I think it'll be hard to overturn, but I do think he's safe. If the call in the field was that he was safe and the Pirates were reviewing this, I think it would stay as a safe call, but because the call in the field is out, it might just stay as an out call.
After review, the call stands, the run is out, Toronto loses his challenge.
You're right on it. The call stands. They did not see enough to overturn, so Dalton Varsho called out trying to steal for the first time, although it looked pretty close. And that is how the 8th inning ends. 5-3 Blue Jays going to the 9th. Jimmy Garcia on the mound next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The most comfortable place for me is stepping onto a stage and looking into the eyes of my wife going, all right, here we go. I'm Chris Stapleton. My SiriusXM channel is where I share the songs and stories that have shaped my life.
Ooh, I love you.
The kings and queens of country, rock, and soul. And some songs that are going to surprise you. That's Chris Stapleton Radio. Join me on Channel 63 and the SiriusXM app.
Each night after the horn sounds, NBA Radio has you covered with the best analysis of all the games.
When healthy, they check a lot of boxes.
We'll break down the playoff action.
Tatum saw it coming, picked it off, drives in, and throws it down with 2 hands.
And take you inside the locker room to hear from the players and coaches.
It seemed like we had a lot of guys that were getting banged up, but we were able to get the job done.
Hear the NBA Radio Playoffs postgame show every night throughout the postseason on NBA Radio Channel 86 and the all-new SiriusXM app.
This is Bob Kendrick, president of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum and host of the SiriusXM original podcast, Black Diamonds. Hear stories about the legends of the Negro Leagues and conversations with the all-time greats they've influenced, like 5-time World Series champion Derek Jeter.
I don't care what race you are. You need to know your past. This is U.S. history. It's not just baseball history.
Hear over 70 episodes of the award-winning Black Diamonds podcast, available now on the SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
24/7, 365. Coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the 9th inning in Toronto. 5-3, the Blue Jays lead, and Jimmy Garcia is on the hill. Welcome back to Rogers Center. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. And with the Blue Jays up 5-3 in this rubber match, they look to Jimmy Garcia, the hard-throwing right-hander, to try and save the game. Middle of the Pirates' order to hit this inning: O'Neal Cruz, Brian Hayes, and Nick Gonzalez. 4, 5, and 6. First pitch to Cruz. Bends the knee and takes strike one on a curveball. For Garcia, his 22nd appearance of the year. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Pulled the string with the changeup. 0-2.
Doesn't throw that pitch often, but that was nasty. Almost like a split finger action.
Least used pitch of his 6. 0-2 is high and outside. Doubled up on the changeup there. 1-2.
Well, let's not get carried away. Let's live with the fastball and the sweeper here.
Haven't seen the heater yet. Garcia twists and deals. Hard hit ball on a line right field. Springer on the run, and he will play it off the fence. Cruz digging for second. Here comes the throw from Springer, and it's late. A leadoff double for the Pirates shortstop.
And I made a joke, let's not get carried away with the changeup. He threw 3 changeups in a row. There is no need to do that, especially when that's your least used pitch. In a big situation like this, you want to go to your bread and butter, and that's fastball up, slider down. Good night.
So now the tying run is to the plate with Cruz aboard to start the top of the ninth. 5-3 Blue Jays, runner on second. And the pitch to Brian Hayes, who homered in yesterday's game. Called strike one. Garcia with a 1.23 earned run average in 22 innings. He struck out 26 and walked 7. 3 of those intentional walks. 0-1. Downstairs. It's the 3rd save opportunity of the year for Jimmy Garcia, 2 for 3 on the season. A lot of defensive changes for the Blue Jays, by the way. We'll get to those in just a sec. First, Garcia in the set. Cruz on second. A quick peek in the pitch. Down and away, ball 2. So a lot of switches for the Blue Jays. They've taken Justin Turner out of the game, put Guerrero over at first base. He moves from third. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa fills up the third base spot now, moving from second. 2-1. Outside ball 3. You have Davis Schneider moving in to cover second now from left field. Dalton Varsho moves from center to left, and Kevin Kiermaier comes into play center. So Kiermaier will take over the spot in the lineup that Turner occupied. Runner on second, the 3-1. Fastball for strike 1. 97, or pardon me, strike 2. 97 right down the middle. It's a full count.
Garcia was nibbling just a little bit early on in that at-bat, even to O'Neal Cruz, but like I said, that bread and butter is that fastball, that sinker down in the zone.
3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Elevates the heater at 98. 1 down.
And that's been the pitch that has gotten him the success that he's had this season. I don't know why he's kind of veering away from that. He does have the good fastball, the good velocity today. That last pitch was 98. Stick with that. Throw that thing up, throw that thing down.
Garcia now trying to work against Nick Gonzalez. Runner on second, 1 down the pitch. Down and away, ball 1. 5-3 Blue Jays, top of the ninth. Toronto 2-5 in rubber matches this year, defeating Colorado and the White Sox at home. Trying to pick up a 3rd rubber match win here today. 1-0. Called strike. Garcia in the set, glove at his belt. 2 looks at second at Cruz. And the 1-1. Swing and a fly ball shot down the right field line and into the sea of hands. 1-2.
Garcia got away with one right there. Just a spinning slider over the middle of the plate. Gonzalez just misses it, fouling it back.
It's a big swing from Gonzalez, whose 25th birthday is tomorrow. 1-2. Takes it high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Gonzalez is only 56 games into his major league career, but he's been very impressive, especially this season. A hit today, a .312 hitter on the season. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Top of the zone with 98 again, and the Pirates are down to their last out. 2 down with a runner on second.
And it's almost like the Pirates have no clue what's coming. Jimmy Garcia threw 3 changeups in the first at-bat. Then a lot of sliders, and he just blew that fastball right there, right by Nick Gonzalez. That's a pretty pitch right there.
First pitch to Rowdy Tellez, called strike 1. Tellez has been a problem all day for the Blue Jays. He's 2 for 3 with a walk and 3 RBIs, including a 2-run double in the 5th. 5-3 Blue Jays. Runner on second, 2 down, top of the ninth. And the 0-1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. O'Neal Cruz started this inning with a double. He's still on second, 1-1. Swing and a pop-up foul into the stands, and it's 1-2. Blue Jays fans on their feet and loud. Tellez will ask for time and quiet down the Toronto crowd slightly. He can tie this game with 1 big swing, but the Pirates only have 1 strike to play with. 5-3 Toronto. Runner on second. 2 outs. Garcia looks. Looks at second again. Leads down the clock in the 1-2. High. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Garcia in the set at the belt. 2 strikeouts this inning. The pitch. Hit foul to the left. Tellez gets a piece of that high fastball and keeps this game going. Garcia turns towards the plate, now sets. Looks at second base. The pitch. High and outside, ball 3. A walk here would put the go-ahead run at the plate. Ji-Hwan Bae's the on-deck hitter. 5-3 Blue Jays, runner on second, top of the ninth. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and the pitch. Liner up the middle, over the leap of Bassitt down in center field. Cruz around third. He'll score, losing his helmet on the way. It's a 4th RBI for Rowdy Tellez, and he's brought the Pirates within 1. 5-4 Blue Jays.
Well, that's not the end of the world for Jimmy Garcia. You just have to go on to the next hitter, concentrate on making good pitches. Blue Jays are still up by 1 in this ball game.
They will pinch run over at first base for Tellez. Entering the game is Jared Triolo, representing the tying run. Go-ahead run now at the plate in Ji-Hwan Bae, who's 1 for 4. "5-4 Blue Jays, 2 outs, top of the ninth. The righty Garcia looks at first and delivers home. Check swing, called strike 1. Curveball hits the top of the zone. Triolo being held on by Guerrero at first. 4 stolen bases this year in 5 tries. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Bae chased the high fastball, and once again, the Pirates are down to their final strike. Fans back up on their feet here at Rogers Center. An 0-2 count, 2 outs, runner on first, top of the ninth. Blue Jays up 5-4. Garcia kicks and fires. High, ball 1.
I like the idea right there, throw another elevated fastball, but that one was just a little bit too high around the head of Bae.
A chance at back-to-back series wins. Garcia's 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Ball game. The Blue Jays come back from down 3-1 on the back of a big Daniel Vogelbach double, and they lock up a series win with a 5-4 win over the Pirates.
That was a big win for the Blue Jays, a much-needed win. And how about Daniel Vogelbach? 2 big RBIs, 2 big base hits. If he can get going, that's a big left-handed bat off the bench in the starting lineup. Whatever you want, however you want to use him, but he looks very good right now, and a big ball game for him.
Vogelbach drives the offense. The bullpen pitches well in the middle, and the Blue Jays win 5-4. We'll take a quick step aside. wrap it up on the other side before getting you over to Blue Jays Talk with Show Ali and Jesse Rubinoff. Stick around. 5-4, the Blue Jays win. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between pizza and inflation. First to the plate, with over 2 million sold, it's Fixed Rate Pizza, a hot and fresh extra-large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for Fixed Rate Pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
Bring excitement to your landscape with Proven Winners Color Choice Shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better, so they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for Proven Winners Color Choice Shrubs in the distinctive white container at your local garden center, or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He rocks the ball to left field. The Blue Jays have gone back-to-back.
Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center in downtown Toronto. The Blue Jays winners today, 5-4. They beat the Pittsburgh Pirates to take the series 2-1. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Appreciate you tuning in. We'll get you to Blue Jays Talk in a moment. You can already get your text in, 590-590. Chris, today the Blue Jays go out there looking for a win after a tough one in the rubber match, or in the second game to set up the rubber match today. Chris Bassitt on the mound, maybe not his sharpest today, but pitched through a lot of traffic to keep the Blue Jays in the game. What did you think of him overall?
Well, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head. He wasn't incredibly sharp. We did see very good velocity from him, a lot of movement with that sinker, but I feel like the Pittsburgh Pirates did a good job of fouling off tough pitches, making him throw a ton of pitches. He was out of this ballgame after 5 innings, but he battled, he grinded. He's done that a lot this season where he doesn't have his best stuff, or the opposing team has a good game plan against him, but he still grinds through. And he pitched an okay ball game. He gave the bullpen a chance to come in and kind of keep this game together. We've been hearing a lot about how is the bullpen going to react to Jordan Romano going on the IL, and I thought they were pretty good today outside of the earned run that Jimmy Garcia gave up. I mean, we saw Chad Green come into this ballgame in the 6th inning, probably not an inning that we'll see him come into often this season. We saw Nate Pearson come in. He's been looking better and better, using that slider a lot more. It's very sharp right now, and it hasn't really been that sharp, especially early on in this season. It's kind of been east to west, not so much north to south. It needs to have depth for it to be very effective. But the way the bullpen pitched today, I think that's a very good sign. But then you have to look at Daniel Vogelbach. You have to look at Dalton Varsho, 2 huge pieces to this ball game. Overall, a huge team win and a much-needed win.
So the Blue Jays, after Bassitt's day is done in the fifth, they trailed 3-1 going to the bottom of the fifth. They had not done much against Quinn Priester, a handful of singles scattered. They did score the run after Varsho's double on the wild pitch. But IKF starts the fifth with a single. You get a single from Davis Schneider, and after a pop-out by Danny Jansen, with runners on first and third, Vladdy singles to the right side, third baseman Vladimir Guerrero Jr., and ends up knocking in one run. Quinn Priester would go on to strike out Bo Bichette, and it looked like the Blue Jays were in danger of only getting one out of a situation in which they had first and third and nobody out at one point. Pitching change made by Derek Shelton. Hunter Stratton comes into the game. Daniel Vogelbach, who already had a hit, came up to the plate, and he delivered today's play of the game. The 1-2. Swing, a fly ball, right center field. That one's deep, and it's down on the track. Schneider scores. They're giving the wave to Guerrero. Relay throw to the plate. Bounces in late. The Blue Jays are on top. 2-run double. Daniel Vogelbach. 4-3 Toronto.
What a big part of this ball game. On the previous pitch, Daniel Vogelbach missed a slider that was right down the middle. He pulled that front shoulder off, and I mentioned that during the broadcast. If he just keeps that front shoulder in, he needs to drive that baseball somewhere using the big part of the field, and he must have been listening to the broadcast, because on that very next pitch, he drilled that baseball to the gap in right field, and he's been incredible. He was 5 for 9 in this series with 4 RBIs. And you think back to early on in this season, he was a huge hole in this lineup. He was almost unplayable, and now he's a guy that Vlad has to move to third base, Justin Turner has to move to first to get him in the lineup, a guy that the Blue Jays technically need in their lineup. Happy for him.
You mentioned it. We got to talk about it before we send it over to Jays Talk. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. plays third base today. Starts for the first time since 2019. He made 2 plays, and I don't know if either of them were completely routine. Maybe the first one was. Second one was not. What did you think of Vlad at the hot corner?
Well, you mentioned the first play. The first play was a little bit awkward. He kind of played it to the side, to the left side. I thought that a third baseman that plays there every single day probably would have gobbled that up and vacuumed it up right in the middle of his body. But that second play where he was shaded towards second base, the Blue Jays were shifting. He made that tough play up the middle, spinning back around, and made a perfect throw to Justin Turner at first base. I feel like his arm looked incredible today. That was the best part. Fielding could have been a little smoother, a little better, but he made both plays, and that's all that matters.
Do you want to see him there again?
Do I want to, or do I think it's necessary?
Either.
I think it's necessary. But like I said, the first play, I don't know. He looked a little bit awkward with that play. Do I think he's going to be a valuable piece if the Blue Jays have to play him at third base? Sure. But if the Blue Jays can somehow find a way to get Vogelbach and Turner in the lineup without having him to play third base, I think that's ideal. What do you think?
Well, I think the other option is that Turner's at third. So
yeah.
Those are your 2 choices. We'll leave that decision to John Schneider and the guys hosting Blue Jays Talk in just a second. Big win for the Blue Jays. They win 5-4 in a big pitching matchup coming up tomorrow to start a huge series. 4 games at home against the Baltimore Orioles. Kevin Gausman pitches for Toronto. Grayson Rodriguez pitches for Baltimore. First pitch will be at 7:07 Eastern, 4:07 Pacific. The Blue Jays win 5-4, 5 runs on 11 hits, no errors. They leave 6 on. Pittsburgh with 4 runs on 11 hits, commit an error, and leave 13 on base. Chris Bassitt picks up the win. He goes to 6-6. The loss for Quinn Priester drops him to 0-5. Third save of the year for Jimmy Garcia. This one took just a couple of minutes under 3 hours in front of almost 35,000, and we hope that you enjoyed it, and we hope that you'll come back and listen tomorrow again, 7:07 Eastern, first pitch between the Blue Jays and the Orioles. For our technical directors, Tom Young and Andrew Adams, our producer, Nick Blackmore, our host, Joe Ali, and my partner, Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. I hope you have a great night, and I hope you get your calls and your texts in. Blue Jays Talk with Joe Ali and Jesse Rubinoff starts right now.
Traffic for Bassitt all day. The Jays, Vogelbach, Schneider, Vladdy, the bullpen, they all managed to hold on for a 5-4 win, and they win the rubber match. They win the series against the Pittsburgh Pirates.
It's interesting. We were having the conversation before the game about Daniel Vogelbach and how part of the Vladimir Guerrero move to third base meant Vogelbach was one of those bats that maybe you were trying to get into the lineup because he has been a little bit better as of late. And lo and behold, it is the Daniel Vogelbach show in the finale of the series against the Pittsburgh Pirates, and the Blue Jays able to hang on for their second consecutive series win, back-to-back series wins for the first time since mid to late April, which tells you just about all you need to know about the Blue Jays season so far. But a lot of really good aspects to this ball game show, a game that I think started out maybe a little boring. Bassitt didn't have his great stuff, and the Pirates were really making him work, and the Blue Jays offense didn't really get hot there until a little bit later in the game, and it ended up being Daniel Vogelbach, a big topic of conversation coming in, who had the big day for the Jays.
That is Jesse Rubinoff. I'm Show Ali. You're listening to Jays Talk live on the Sportsnet Radio Network. We're also streaming on sportsnet.ca and on the Sportsnet app. Give us a call. 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Text us as well, 590-590. Name and location. The People's Text line, Jesse, is always open. And a quick announcement. Actually, you weren't here with me yesterday, Jesse. Daniele was in yesterday, and we gave away a City Connect jersey to the people.
Oh,
so we had a lot of people who had submitted their answer to the question. Now, the question was, knowing that Bassitt was on the mound today in his career, how many times in Bassitt's career has he notched 140 strikeouts or more in a single season? He has pitched since 2014. Would you care to take a guess?
How many times has Chris Bassitt gone over 140 strikeouts
in a single season?
In a single season?
Yeah.
That's probably 4.
Yeah, you got it, man. You got it. Hey, everyone, I would say, did a great job texting in their answer on the People's Text line, and I wanted to announce.
Do I get a jersey too?
You get no jersey.
Oh, okay.
You get nothing.
Right,
Good day, sir.
I get your respect.
You do. You always have that, Jesse.
Appreciate you.
Kevin from West Kelowna, BC, is the winner of our City Connect jersey. So congratulations, Kevin from West Kelowna, BC. I've never been to Kelowna. I've only ever been to Vancouver or Whistler, but as with most places in BC, I am sure Kelowna is absolutely gorgeous. But Kevin, again, congratulations. We will give away another jersey next weekend on Jays Talk, so stick with me. We have another chance for you to win when the Jays are out west. They will be in Oakland next weekend taking on the Athletics. Okay, let's continue talking about today's game, Jesse. Let's continue talking about Vogelbach, all right? He went 2 for 4, 2-run double in the 5th inning off Hunter Stratton to cash in some runners that Quinn Priester left. There were runners on 1st and 3rd, and Vladdy flying like a maniac on that hit. He dives in to beat the throw to the plate. That double... At the time, that double gave Vogelbach a stretch of going 9 for 18, which is very impressive. So maybe, and you brought this up right at the beginning of the show, maybe this gives Vogelbach, let me rephrase, maybe he has now heated up a little bit now that he's been able to get into the lineup a little bit more. Because, again, to your point, Vladdy at third has allowed them to get both Turner and Vogelbach in. And I, like many of you guys, I think rolled my eyes when I saw that being the move made earlier today. Yeah. Not because of the Vladdy thing, because, I don't know, you really think it was going to be super necessary to get both Turner and Vogelbach in the lineup. And Vogelbach comes through today. Again, I'm not 100% sure what Vogelbach's long-term future on this team is, but, hey, I mean, if he does require more playing time to heat up, and the other options are Biggio, Clement, and Kirk, none of whom are hitting that great, then, I mean, you'll probably take it, I think.
It almost does feel like this is a last-ditch effort, a last opportunity for Daniel Vogelbach to get hot and reclaim the more consistent playing time that maybe he would have wanted at the beginning of the season. It's really interesting when you look at his stats, look at his average. He was batting .097 on May the 12th, and you're like, well, he doesn't get a lot of opportunity, so he can really change things in a hurry when he does start to get some regular at-bats and does start to contribute more regularly. His average is all the way up to 228 after today, and maybe this is the opportunity that he needs to give them that more consistent threat in the middle of the order. And he's not going to be an everyday player. This is not going to be the everyday designated hitter, but maybe he's not going to go 3, 4, 5 days without playing. He's going to play every other day, and maybe that's something that can allow him to get hot. And look, the Blue Jays are looking to pull any lever they possibly can to get a little bit more offense and squeeze every ounce out of that lineup as they possibly can. And you have to exhaust all options, and that's why I said when we opened the conversation in the pregame show talking about Vladdy being at third, it's like you have to try any and all options that you have to make this team the best threat that it can be offensively, because it's been ugly.
I'm going to read you a couple of texts here on the text line. Okay, Jesse, 590, name and location. And, okay, so this one actually doesn't have a name on it, but still send those in. So we just going to give you a shout-out. But someone had texted in, this was during the game, actually. Are they showcasing Vladdy at third, getting ready for a trade? Greg from Hamilton, does this move for Vladdy to third base not have everything to do with trade value? 100% they are showcasing him for a trade due to contract negotiation breakdowns. He will be dealt by the deadline. Jeremy in the Beaches. Hey, Show, do you think the quote-unquote khakis are trying to showcase Vladdy's versatility? I'm not convinced they need Turner in the lineup against a right-hander. I don't disagree with that last bit, certainly, when it comes to the Turner in the lineup against the righty. And, of course, Jen in Toronto texts in often is Vlad on third because Horowitz is coming. So a lot of questions as to, like, why Vladdy is at third base, right? And I do not believe, could be wrong about this, but I personally do not believe it's because they're showcasing him for a trade. I believe it is more to Jen's point that it is so they can get someone at first base who's not Justin Turner. Daniel Vogelbach, I don't think has played in the field in like years. I want to say he's only DHs, effectively, right? He pretty much only DHs now. So if that's the case, as well as he's been playing, it puts the roster construction of the team puts the Jays in a weird spot, right? Because you effectively have two guys who can largely only DH. I know Justin Turner was at first base today, but he hasn't been very productive lately. A little bit older guy. And yes, he is being paid a lot of money, and Vogelbach's $2 million contract's prorated as well for playing time. But, you just look at your options there. And, I mean, if let's say you can't play Vogelbach in the field. You don't play Turner at first base. Vladdy's at third. So who else is going to be at first base? Kevin Biggio, I guess? That's really the only other answer. So I don't believe it's to showcase Vladdy for a trade. I think it's to clear some room for someone else, whether that is Spencer Horwitz or for them going out and getting someone else, maybe even. I'm not saying that's like a Pete Alonso trade necessarily, because I think that probably costs you way too much, but I think Vladdy's going to be on this team for the long term.
Yeah, I don't think it hurts if that's the direction they eventually want to go, but we literally heard Ross Atkins talking in the opening of the show, and he said that trading Vlad and Bo is not something they're even remotely considering at this point.
You brought up the Ross Atkins thing, and I wanted to play this for people who hadn't heard it, because we talked about this in the pregame show. This was an interview from MLB Network Radio. Ross Atkins did today, this morning. He went live on MLB Network Radio with Jim Bowden, who, for those of you familiar, can be heard very often with Blair and Barker. Sometimes he goes on with Blake too, but he's a pal of B&B's. So here is Ross Atkins being asked about Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and Bo Bichette when it comes to the idea of extending them and what the interest is in trading them from other clubs.
On extension, of course, we have dialogue with them, and that is something that will continue. We believe in them. We believe in their futures and hope that there's a way they can play here for a long time. And then on the third part of the question of potential trade, it just doesn't make any sense for us. Oftentimes, not often, there will be occasional times as you're talking to other executives that they'll ask if we'll consider. And we just say it's not something that we have spent any time on. But because they're so talented and such great teammates, they are attractive to other teams, so they will call. I was disappointed to see a report that was something that another executive had commented on about our team. But it just doesn't make sense.
So that is Ross Atkins talking to Jim Bowden on MLB Network Radio earlier this morning. And I want to say the report he's talking about at the very end there when he's like, oh, disappointed to hear from another MLB executive. I think there was a report from Mark Feinsand of MLB.com from last week talking about how there had been interest in Vladdy and Bo and that like they'd had conversations. But, I mean, I feel like that's probably like in the most literal sense it was true. But I almost feel like whenever people say that, it's just like you pick up the phone. Hey, Ross, I'm interested in trading for Bo and Vladdy. They're not for trade. Click, they hang up the phone. And like that, I guess, counts as showing interest in players, right? Like that counts as having like a discussion about players. I feel like often that's what happens, like not just for the Blue Jays, but for like most teams, honestly. Sure. But hey, I mean, I know people hate taking Ross Atkins at his word, largely because he says a lot of them, and it's kind of hard to parse out what is and is not true. It's not the most transparent front office. I often say it's a pretty opaque front office, but it's at the same time, I tend to believe that the best way forward, even if a retool eventually comes, I tend to believe that the best way forward is to have Bo and Vladdy on your roster, even if Bo is really going through it right now.
Yeah, the interesting thing about moving Vladdy over to third is that if he plays with any kind of regularity, and I would imagine it's just going to be a couple days a week at most, then he's going to become more expensive when you eventually have to re-sign him. Like you made the excellent point last time we were talking about Vladdy being at first and how much money can you really pay a first baseman because they don't make as much money as a third baseman or a shortstop or a center fielder or someone who really puts up the kind of numbers he does offensively but plays first base. If he moves over to third and he shows that he's capable of playing there on a more regular basis and he goes to free agency, like that's going to be a pretty penny compared to what he is. I mean, he's already going to be expensive, obviously, but it's going to be a lot different if he's an everyday third baseman for somebody else as opposed to being an everyday first baseman. So that part of it is an interesting wrinkle. I understand that Ross Atkins is being loyal to his players by saying it's something he's not interested in, and I agree with you that having one or both of Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and Bo Bichette makes sense even in a rebuild because they're not that old. They're 25 and 27 years old. That's not that crazy at all to hang around for a couple years. But I do think it's odd that Ross just wouldn't say, like, and I guess he doesn't have to be forthcoming with the media about this. But, like, yeah, if we fall 20 games under 500, call us back. It seems like so I think that would be a reasonable thing because you never know what the offer might be. I don't know if you want to shut the door on something like that when – yeah, you might have a hard time getting value, but what if it's not the case? What if another front office calls you and says, we'll give you our top two prospects for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and someone else who can be serviceable for you, over the next year. So it's not inconceivable, but at this point, yeah, the best road forward for the Blue Jays is with probably both of Vlad and Bo.
416-870-0591, 888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Let's go to the phones. Eddie in Fort Erie starting us off. Eddie, what's up?
Not much, gentlemen. How are you today?
Good. Always good to end Junior Jays Sunday with a win, Eddie.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, that was some baseball, like the two games that they won, especially the 14-inning game that they played with those jerseys. I mean, that was something else. Now, I want to talk about two things. One, about Vladdy being at third today. That was something that I had thought about in the winter, gentlemen, because when they were interested in Bellinger, I thought to myself, you know what, why not have Vladdy go to third, and that would solve all your issues, and you would leave Varsho in center field without having to bring back Kiermaier, and you wouldn't have to have Bellinger play in the outfield on the turf. And because I heard on a telecast that Vladdy takes ground balls, whether he's at first or at third in the winter time. So that was something that I thought of, but obviously they didn't sign Bellinger, so that was put to rest. But that was an interesting thing. And I'm glad that they learned their lesson about having Vogelbach in the lineup because if you remember back in the series, the final game against Tampa Bay, he had a great game. That was one of his best games of the Blue Jay. And then on Victoria Day, he doesn't play. And you're wondering why he wasn't in there, right? So in that sense, they kind of learned their lesson on that by having him in the lineup today. And hopefully they'll have him in the lineup tomorrow. Now, there were two things I noticed from the Pirates in this series, and that was their decision-making as far as the pitching goes. I was very surprised, gentlemen, that they took out Falter after 81 pitches because the Blue Jays couldn't get anything on him, and he had a lot of weak contact as well. That was very, very surprising. And today I thought, why are you having a right-hander warming up with Vogelbach on deck, right? Because they already have a lefty there, not Chapman, but another lefty there. And if you would have pinch hit for Vogelbach, then that would have fared well for the Pirates right-handers who, like to go outside a lot, and that would have been the Blue Jays' kryptonite. So to me, those were one of the things that stood out for me in the Pirates in this series as far as who they brought out of the bullpen,
Eddie, appreciate the call. Thanks for joining us on Jays Talk as always. Yeah, the Pirates stuff, I don't want to say it's less important, but you look at the way they deploy a lot of their guys. I think Bailey Falter, he's fine. He's a fine pitcher, but he's has had an up and down season. I don't think anyone has an issue with how Mitch Keller was used, certainly as well. But I also think too. 14-inning game on Friday. A lot of those guys had pitched. The Pirates bullpen, generally speaking, has not been that strong outside of maybe one or two guys like the Bednars of the world and Chapman and so on, right? But a lot of those middle tier guys have been just fine. So I think I think sometimes it's kind of like 6 of one, half a dozen of the other when you're making those decisions. But Vladdy at third base, to Eddie's point, he only really had to field 2 balls today, which is kind of funny, right?
Yeah,
That's
took
funny.
a while too.
It took a while. I think the first one came in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Yeah.
So most of the game it feels like had gone by at this point. And that throw. The grab and throw, pretty nonchalant, right? I thought he made a great throw, actually, to get it to first base, mainly because Nick Gonzalez was on his horse. He's a very fast guy, and he almost beat out the throw, so it had to be accurate. You couldn't have Turner stretching to make that throw.
It was hard, 87 miles an hour on that throw.
Great throw from Vladdy. The grab itself, kind of grabbing it off the turf was fine, but bottom 7... he goes out there, ranges to his left, almost at the shortstop position, essentially, and snags that ball right off the turf, spinning as he grabs the ball. I think it was Yasmani Grandal who had hit that ball, and it throws a laser to first. Less of a threat running-wise because Grandal is a little bit older, and he's not the fastest guy to begin with. But that was way more of an athletic play that I was actually impressed by, Jesse.
Yeah, I think it's so interesting that sometimes when you watch Vladdy play, he doesn't have to make any spectacular plays at first base. Over the course of a couple weeks, you sort of forget, I think, how athletic Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is. And then today was a really good opportunity to show you, just what this guy is made of athletically. Like, he can move around on his feet pretty impressively. And I think the first play that he made, it wasn't the most graceful thing in the world. There's going to be a little bit of a reacclimation, I think, to third base for him.
Right.
His footwork wasn't great on that play, and he kind of fielded it in a little bit of a weird spot. But again, to reset himself on that play and make an 87-mile-an-hour throw over to first base to get Gonzalez, that's a pretty darn good play. And then you mentioned the ranging into the shortstop. That showed you just exactly what Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Makes you feel good about
is made of. Yeah, and look, there's going to be times when Vladimir Guerrero Jr. doesn't look great at third base, I'm sure, because he hasn't been there in 5 years. Today was his first start in 5 whole years at third base, but I think he deserves the benefit of the doubt, and today was a really good start for him there.
I see a bunch of texts about this. JJ in Toronto, I like the creativity to get a quote-unquote beefier lineup. We'll see over the next few weeks what we are made of. We'll be rooting hard as it'll dictate whether we get meaningful September baseball. Let's go Blue Jays. Tim from Hamilton, about Vladdy at third base. Really love it. When they moved him to first, it was a question of durability and freeing his mind to help him find offense. I feel like neither of those reasons are valid anymore. He rarely misses a game. He's a great fielder. Keeping him at first seems like a waste of a great arm. It also really jams up lineup possibilities. So keep him there and give yourself more flexibility with first and DH, and maybe the added challenge and mojo of playing a more dynamic position will get him more engaged and help him take his game to another level. I do like the idea of how you can maybe address lineup possibilities. Maybe because it just feels like it is easier, even if I'm not sure this team is going to be willing to buy. And I'm not even sure if they should be buyers necessarily, right? But let's just say, right, they want to get a quote-unquote better first baseman, and then the answer, just for the sake of this conversation, is not Spencer Horwitz, right, Jesse? And I still think it probably will be Horwitz, in the next little while. And obviously, if Joey Votto was healthier, or if he was even close to playing in the minors, it probably would be him. But it doesn't sound like Joey Votto is that close to even playing for the Bisons, much less for the Blue Jays. So that's probably a conversation for maybe closer to the All-Star break, maybe even after the All-Star break at this point. But my point being, it's probably simply easier to find a first baseman who can hit a little bit better than it is to find a third baseman, right? And I mean, if you can have Vladdy at third base do this on a semi-regular basis, and you can still have IKF and I guess Ernie Clement being the backup third baseman, you probably feel okay about that.
Yeah, I do wonder when the time comes to have to make a decision. I know it's only June the 2nd, but I do wonder, is it this Orioles series? Like, if things go, and I don't want to plant the seed, but if things go, if it's a catastrophe against the Orioles, if they get swept in this 4-game series, like, is that the time where you sort of realize, hey, it's not going to be in the cards this season? Because I do agree with you, putting him over there at third base, although it's probably not the main reason he's there, it does feel like it's a lot easier to go out and get an offensively minded first baseman than it does an offensively minded third baseman. Those don't grow on trees. So to go out and get a first baseman who can mash and play adequate first base defense, it's not as premium of a position. So it would be easier to go. I just hope that's not. I hope that's not the reason they're doing it, because they're not quite there yet.
Yeah,
I'm with you. I don't think trade is necessarily what they should be thinking about.
I'm just going to say there was a guy on the other side of the diamond today who knocked in 4 RBI, all 4 RBI for the Pirates today, who has some history with the Toronto Blue Jays organization, who could play first base. And just saying, I don't think it'd be that costly to acquire Rowdy Tellez these days.
Yeah.
Like, I gotta say,
he hit some balls hard today.
Yeah, I smoked
some
balls.
Good.
But hey, I mostly kid. But
still friends with Vladdy too. Yeah. Evidently, that he looked like he had a good time today.
Let's go back to the phones. 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Sanji in Markham calling us. Sanji, what's up?
Hi, Show. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine. Long-time listener and first-time caller. So, how do you think the Jays will do this year?
You mean like record-wise or what?
Well, on record-wise and everything, big fans, so I'm just hoping they make it to the playoffs and play meaningful games.
Well, what do you think, Sanji? Like, do you think getting back to, let's see, I guess they're 28-30 now after today's win. Is that a reason to, get a little more optimistic ahead of Baltimore tomorrow?
Yes, I am a top drawer fan and a caretaker fan. I hope they do good, and I want them to be in the playoffs. Any means necessary. Can you guys make it happen?
All right, Sanji, thanks for the call, man. I appreciate you joining us here. I had said win total wise, I don't know where you had fallen on win total. I kind of thought they'd be maybe just slightly around, maybe slightly worse than their win totals from last year, 89 wins. I kind of thought if they finished between 85 and 89 wins, that'd probably be where they finished. I don't know if that's and I don't know if that's enough to get you into the playoffs, especially now with, and I said this before, Jesse, with guys with teams, like the Royals and the Mariners, the Twins, the Red Sox all ahead of you. And the third wild card spot, we talked about this in the pregame show, probably makes you feel you can, if you stick around, it won't take that much to get you into the wild card, but it does feel like there's more competition to get you into pole position, let's say, towards the end of the year.
Yeah,
more than it was last year.
The addition of the third wild card really throws things. It does make your future kind of a wild card, because it fakes you into thinking that you're actually close when you might not be that close. Like, if you look at the standings right now, for example, the Blue Jays are 4.5 games back of the third wild card spot. Okay, and then you look at the Royals, who are 2 games up on the Twins, who occupy the third, and then the Orioles have the top spot, and the Jays would be 9.5 games back of the Baltimore Orioles. Like, it's a lot of games, and the third just kind of, if the team occupying the third wild card spot isn't that good, and the Twins are 3.5 games up on the Red Sox, who are the next team, and then there's just a cluster of teams there, all within 1 game. So all of those teams, probably up until the Blue Jays, think that they have a shot. And the longer the season drags on and you're 4.5, 5 games back, you start to wonder, okay, do we have a realistic chance? And if you look back to last year, right around this time, the Jays' record wasn't much better last year than right now. And they were about the same distance away from the wild card as they are right now. And what happened? They ended up making the playoffs. They didn't win a game, of course, but they ended up making the playoffs because they really, through the meat of the season, they really started to turn it around. So it does make things a little bit more confusing and makes it, I think, harder to take a hardline stance on whether you should actually rebuild or not, because it always feels like you're in it.
Let's continue taking your calls. Russ calling us from New Jersey. Russ, what's up, man?
Good. I'm in the car, but I know what you just said. The Blue Jays weren't much better, but they won. Last year at this time, they swept the Mets. Game number 60 was a 3-game sweep, and then they beat the Astros, if I remember, 3 out of 4. Manoah pitching the first game, getting killed, and then so they were 8 games over 500 at the game 64 mark last year. I think that's correct. So my point is that, you think about it, it took 89 wins to win last year. You split. Let's say you split with Baltimore. I'm not going to make it the doomsday and say you lose off. Let's say you split. You basically have to go 59 and 41. You'll be at 62 games after the Baltimore series, right? If I'm correct, you'll be at 62 games. You have 100 games left. So to get to that 89, you got to go, if I'm correct, and like I said, I'm in the car, so I don't have it, but I think you'd have to go 59 and 41. Is this team capable of going 59 and 41? Anybody's guess. I don't think so. I don't think close, but, that's what you're going to really have to do. 8 and 5, it's nice, not terrible against the White Sox, Detroit, and Pittsburgh, but you would have liked a 10 and 3. That's really what you have to do when you dig yourself such a hole so early in the season. Like you guys said, you're behind, you're only 4.5 games out, but every time you lose 3 games to, each team game, 3 teams ahead of you gain a game, and when you win, you gain a game. So you're really going to have to go that 59, if you want to say 89 makes it in, and last year we got them by the skin of our teeth because Seattle won 88, right? You would have to go 59 and 41 if you split the Baltimore series. So anybody could comment on whether they think they're capable of going that 59 and 41.
Hey, Russ, appreciate it as always, man. That's Russ in New Jersey joining us on Jay's Talk. To this point, this is kind of picking up where we were just talking about the wildcard standings and so on, Jesse. And if actually looking at the wildcard standings doesn't actually happen in earnest until after the All-Star break. It kind of feels like the standings in general, right? But for the most part, I think the other part of it that's difficult is when you look at the teams that have flip-flopped in positions when it comes to teams that made it last year, teams that did not make it. Like Russ said, the Mariners did not make it last year. They're currently in a playoff spot. The Twins did make it. They're still in a playoff spot. The Guardians did not make it last year. They're in a playoff spot. The Yankees didn't make it last year. They're winning the division right now, and Aaron Judge and Juan Soto, all they do is hit home runs, apparently. My point being, and the Astros have taken a step back. The Rangers have taken a little bit of a step back, certainly, as well. So, someone's got to win that division. But my point being is that even if you were to take all the teams out, they've been replaced by the Mariners and the Royals and the Yankees, for example, right? So it's still kind of difficult, but you're right in that it makes it the prospect of, when you're 28 and 30, it makes the prospect of winning 59 games for the rest of the season a little difficult. Yeah. There was a text here on the text line, 590-590, name and location. There was, where was it? It was from Alden. Here it is, Alden in Scarborough. And he said, you said you needed until the end of the Pirates series. And I did say this, Jesse.
I remember that.
To decide whether the Blue Jays should blow it up or not. Would love to hear your thoughts on whether they should or not now. And because he's right, we're at the end of the series. And at 28 and 30, I think, again, I do know what this team is. But because the bottom has not fallen out, and it kind of felt like it had a couple of times in the last couple of weeks, and they were 5-6 games under 500 at some point. Now they're just 2 games under. Mm-hmm. Even if I do feel they should probably sell off and retool just for this year and try and get some assets back for the expiring contracts, right? I think Danny Jansen's probably the guy I would prioritize re-signing because of the lack of depth when it comes to catching specifically. Mm-hmm. So you kind of need Danny Jansen, whereas, you can sell a Jimmy Garcia, you can sell a Yusei Kikuchi, but I don't think I'll ever be fully on board with a full-blown tear it down to the studs rebuild, because there are a lot of reasons why that just probably will never happen. But I don't know. Do you feel any different about this team after the conclusion of this series, or do you still need to see more? Because if you look at the schedule coming up for the rest of June, you got Baltimore for 4, in Oakland, Milwaukee for 6 combined. Day off after that. Then they play in order: Cleveland, Boston, the Yankees. And then they play the Houston Astros here at the Rogers Center for Canada Day, and then they take on the Mariners in Seattle. So that's not the easiest, apart from the Athletics, and even they've been hitting a little bit better recently.
Yeah.
It's not the easiest of schedules, I would say.
No, it's not, but it's an opportunity to win some games also within your division. Like, I don't think we can underscore enough how important this 4-game series against the Baltimore Orioles is. Yes, the Orioles are a really good team, but if you want to make the playoffs, if you want to make a run at this thing, then these are the teams you're going to have to beat. Like, you can beat up on the White Sox all you want. You can beat up on the Pirates and win series against them. But ultimately, if you don't perform well against the best of the best in your division, that's going to be a lot of games that end up in the L column when you're trying to make the playoffs and have to jump over a number of teams in order to get there. And Show, I remember before the first White Sox series, so a couple of weeks ago now, I had said that they need to go on some sort of a run here. Like, you're so far behind the 8 ball at this point. You need to go on maybe a 6, 7, 8 game winning streak.
Right.
Really flash in the pan type stuff. And I wondered if this team was capable of it. Well, look, they haven't done it yet, but they've won now 5 of 6 following these back-to-back series wins. And looking to the Orioles series now, if you can parlay that into winning 3 of 4 against the Orioles, suddenly that's, 8 of 10? And that's pretty good. And I think the front office would then have a much more decent case of trying to add around the periphery as opposed to actually tearing it down. Now, if things go south quickly against the Orioles and they lose 3 of 4 or they get swept in 4 games, then I think you seriously have to have the conversation about whether everyone should start to go. And Vlad and Bo, I think that if they want to be here for a lean year or 2 or 3, however long it may take, I think it's a conversation you have to have with them. But I don't see the purpose of keeping everybody else around if, in fact, they're going to have to replenish the farm system and eventually work towards being better in 2 or 3 years. So I do think this series against the Orioles is massive. And I know it's only June 2nd, but the way the season has played out so far, it just makes every series, when the calendar flips over, just a little bit more important.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Russ. I think you do need... you need at least a split against the Orioles. You're not going to sweep them. They're probably not going to sweep you, but you need a split, I would think. You can't take a 3 or 4 loss. You know what I mean? Like, you kind of need just to stay pace.
You can't be back in last place.
Yeah. If you because the series, 2 series against the Red Sox are coming up this month.
Yeah.
And so you have an opportunity here. You're going to play the Orioles, Red Sox twice, and the Yankees. So you have an opportunity here to play the rest of your division a whole bunch and gain some ground.
Yeah,
right?
This is the time. This is time you got to turn on the Jets.
Let's go back to the phones before we take a break. Jake from Mississauga joining us here on Jays Talk. Jake, what do you want to get to today?
Well, I want to talk what you guys are talking about with selling off. I've never been a proponent of that, ever. I mean, I've heard, Jesse, you've talked about the Raptors doing the same thing. The Toronto Maple Leafs have been getting high draft picks or been drafting players since 1967 and haven't won a thing. You can look at so many other sports as well, the Sacramento Kings, Orlando Magic, so many other teams. It's very rare that selling off actually pays off in the end. You need so much luck with that, and I know you can give me an example of where it's worked, but again, it's a rare thing, and most of the time, looking back of all the teams, I've never seen evidence where it actually pays off, and then you say in 2-3 years, we've built up our draft capital, and we built up our farm system, where you can say it paid off. It's rare. Now, again, the Baltimore Orioles, you can say it worked. But again, how much luck came into that? And there's more examples of where you just build the best team you can and take it from there. And I think that's what works best, to be honest with you.
Jake, I appreciate the call, man. So, look, Jake actually touched on something I've talked about before, Jesse. I don't know if I've actually had this conversation with you, but I think I've actually done this a lot by myself, funnily enough. But I agree with Jake in the sense that full-on tear it down to the studs rebuilds almost, I don't want to say almost never, because they do work out sometimes, obviously. Like, I think another example of it working out in a positive sense is when the Astros did it. Remember, the Astros were losing 100 games a year, like 2006 onwards, essentially, right? For almost a decade, they were one of the worst teams in baseball, and then they turn around and perennial champions for another 8 years after that, right? Because they lost a lot. So that was another example of it working out. But I mean, to Jake's point, There are a lot of factors, I think, that go against full-on rebuilds for this team, and really for a lot of teams, but certainly in baseball. One, that you can't trade draft picks. If you could trade 4 draft picks in baseball, I think there'd be a lot more deals you'd see go on. But you can't. It
would be easier.
I think you could trade like conditional picks or those like competitive balance picks or whatever they're called at the end of the draft, or at each round. But you can't trade the number 1 overall pick, for example. So that's, I'm sure, a factor. Secondly, that. Yeah, I mean, you kind of also have to have the prospects not be busts, right? I mean, that's a big part of baseball prospects versus like an NFL prospect or an NBA prospect. If you draft a guy like top 5, that guy's probably playing for you if you're an NFL player, right? Or you draft a guy top 3 to 5 in basketball, that guy's probably getting significant minutes on your bad team, right? Like, that's generally how it works. But in baseball, less so. I'm not sure it's really necessary to completely blow it up. And again, now they have the draft lottery for the first 8 or 12 picks in MLB. So I think there are a lot of factors that would probably prevent you from doing what the Orioles did and what the Astros did ages ago. But I understand why people call for it. It's just that's why I think a retool. And that's like the new buzzword, right? While a retool is probably more likely at some point than a full-on rebuild, because I'm not sure people also have the appetite to watch a team lose 100 games.
I think you have to be realistic about where you are as an organization, and I think when you evaluate what the Blue Jays have in the farm system, the fact is we're talking about probably the best player coming up to play first base is a 27-year-old guy who...
Hey, he's 26. Don't shortchange him.
26-year-old guy who I think we can agree is more along the lines of a quad A type player who I think if he wasn't that, he would be at the major league level a little bit more consistently than he is. So the reality is the Blue Jays farm system is not where it should be. They are in the bottom 5 in Major League Baseball in terms of farm system rankings. So they also have a $225 million payroll. So the issue becomes, if you don't have the prospects to fill in the gaps when you have roster deficiencies, you either have to win every trade going away, or you have to continue to spend more money. And how much are we asking ownership to continue to spend to make this team better?
Sure.
Are they going to have a $300 million payroll so you can be like the Yankees, write off all the bad contracts that you give out to players?
Well, the Mets have a $300 million payroll.
And it hasn't worked.
It's not great.
And it hasn't worked. So you need to be able to be flexible and build your team in both ways. Right now, the Blue Jays have an expensive roster, but they need to supplement the farm system so that if something goes wrong, if there are injuries, if there is someone knocking on the door for an opportunity, they need to be able to go down to Buffalo and be able to have that. Right now, that is not an option. The reason a quote-unquote teardown would help in that regard is because you can trade for those types of players. You can trade for blue chip prospects, even if they're not blue chip. You can supplement and then use those prospects in further trades. It is a way to build your team, not necessarily to have your team lose 100 games a year, but it presents you another avenue in terms of roster building. And right now, the only thing you can say about the Blue Jays in terms of roster building is that they spent a lot of money, and it hasn't worked out yet. So you have to try a different way to do it.
416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Those are the numbers to call. We're here for another 20 minutes. 590, name and location. I almost forgot the text line. I say it all the time. 590, name and location. That's the people's text line. That's how you can reach us if you want to shoot us a text as well. Blue Jays win it 5-4. They beat the Pirates in the rubber match. They win the series. They are 28-30 on the year before a 4-game series with the Baltimore Orioles starting tomorrow. Kevin Gausman will be on the mound to start that series. Show Ali, Jesse Rubinoff will be back after this. You're listening to Jays Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart deferred payment program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
Bring excitement to your landscape with Proven Winners Color Choice Shrubs. These flowering shrubs and evergreens have been trialed and tested by experts to make sure they look better and bloom better. So they're just as easy to care for as what's in your landscape now, but a whole lot more colorful and interesting. Look for Proven Winners Color Choice shrubs in the distinctive white container at your local garden center or learn more at provenwinnerscolorchoice.com.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring on your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
We're two men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think two men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're two men and a truck.
Two men and a truck, the movers who care.
Bring it in, Canada. When it comes to small business, Desjardins is a big fan. And not just the hop-on-the-bandwagon fan. We're the in-it-for-the-long-haul fan. The fan that's been there from the start. That's why Desjardins awarded 150 entrepreneurs with Good Spark grants worth $20,000 each. Because like any fan, there's nothing we love more than celebrating a goal!
See how Desjardins is cheering on small business at goodsparkgrants.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
In time! What a play, Bo Bichette!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Back to Jays Talk. Show Ali, Jesse Rubinoff here with you on the Sportsnet Radio Network. 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Those are the numbers for you to call. 590-590. Name and location is the People's Text line. It is always open. Shoot us a text if you like. If you don't want to send us a caller, certainly we'll take both of those very shortly. Jesse, before we go back to the phones, before we go back to the text line, let's hear a little bit from John Schneider. Here he is chatting with the media post-game following today's win.
John, Vladdy at third base. I'm sure there's been a conversation for a while about why today. What about today made it the right time?
Yeah, it was conversation for a couple of weeks. I think today, we weren't going to do that, until we kind of built him up. I know you guys had probably seen him taking ground balls over there for a while. Had a specific plan, wanted to make sure he was good. Him and Carlos did some, really good work. But Vladdy's comfortable there. I think it's today was kind of a target date with everything that he was, working through to put himself in position to be ready. And Bogey's swinging the bat well. So it worked out today.
How often do you expect roughly he'll be over there, and what are the factors that need to be right for a certain day to be a third base day?
It may be a couple days, out of a week and a half, something like that. It's not a position change by any means, but I think it just offers some flexibility. Kind of like what we did with JT, early in the year. I think, the days that you saw him, you could probably expect to see Vladdy over there and try to maximize other guys in the roster.
So that is John Schneider talking about the decision, Jesse, to put Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at third base, which I think surprised a lot of people when we saw it earlier.
Yeah, I do think it makes a lot of sense. Like, the more I think about it, the more you can just wedge better offensive options in there and make guys more comfortable. I think the thing is that, Turner and Vogelbach for a large part of the season just haven't looked comfortable. Turner started out hot, of course. He's been ice cold for a pretty big chunk of the season now. And Vogelbach needs to get more consistent at-bats in order for him to have the kind of production that I think the Blue Jays were expecting from him. Like, you look at the seasons where Daniel Vogelbach has had relative success, and it has come, obviously, when he's gotten more regular at bats, and that just seems like something that would be, pretty normal. You could take as many swings down under the dugout in the batting cage as you want, but it's not the same live batting practice, whatever. It doesn't simulate being in the moment, being in the batter's box and getting regular ABs. So I think this is an opportunity here for Daniel Vogelbach to really contribute to this offense. And look, the Blue Jays are searching. That's the reality. They're searching for offense any way they can find it, and it presents a ton of options here. And as long as Vladdy can be serviceable at third base, like we talked about the defense not really being an issue at third for the Blue Jays this season. But it's not like the offense out of that position has been great, really, either. Like, IKF has been good, but he's moved around a little bit. Ernie Clement as well. He's struggled over the last, half of the season or so. So I think in addition to getting more bats in the lineup in preferable matchups, you also now make a premium position in third base a little bit more dangerous offensively. And it could actually work out well for this team. I like the move, Joe.
So we were talking before we took the break, Jesse, about like the idea of tearing it down, right? And I think someone had asked you to kind of elaborate, let's say, the last caller. So someone just texted in, Russell in Winnipeg. If the farm system is bottom 5 and this group of khakis chose those players, why would you give them the benefit of the doubt trading our current roster for more prospects? I think it's a valid question, because I think that's a question a lot of people have called in, texted in to ask in the last little while that, like Ross Atkins, year 9 of Ross Atkins, like, should he be given the chance to, like, make the team whole, make the team right again? And I think I said this before, but I'm not the arbiter for all things Blue Jays, but I think based on what we hear on Jays Talk, I think a lot of fans would prefer to see, if decisions had to be made by someone else.
Yeah, I think a quote-unquote rebuild isn't something that just the general manager decides to do, right? It's something that comes, I think, from an organizational level. Like, you would probably have to consult the board in some respects if you're planning on selling off a bunch of players. And then if it's that deep of a conversation organizationally, I do expect the Blue Jays to look at who they want to be making those kinds of decisions, just because I think if there's an opportunity for the Blue Jays to retool or rebuild if things go south in the next few weeks, I don't necessarily think that they'll just hand Ross Atkins, that opportunity. I think if they do, I think he would need to present his options, why he would, and justify everything that he would plan on doing, because it's true. A lot of the moves that he's made haven't worked out. They haven't won a playoff game in this era. Yeah. So it's a valid concern. If you want to have a rebuild, I would take a long, hard look at who's the one who's going to be making those kinds of decisions, because it would set up the roster for the next number of years. It's an important decision.
John in North York also texts in to say, other than James Click or the People's Choice, Alex Anthopoulos, as president and GM, who, in your opinion, could replace the Shapiro-Atkins regime? I mean, James Click is the obvious choice because he works for the team already. You don't have to go find him somewhere. He's
a World Series champion.
He's a World Series champion.
Every single Blue Jays game is live
in the building
right
somewhere,
here on Toronto
right? So
Sports Insider.
You don't have to really do a lot.
Thank you all for being here.
I think my wish list would actually start and end. It's tough to really pick out baseball executives especially from a GM/president perspective. But if James Click's the GM, I actually wouldn't mind if, or even if Shapiro were to stay and you wanted another GM, I'm not sure she would do this because of her previous roles, but Kim Ng from, I guess, the Marlins recently, and there was some contention there when it comes to why she left, and I think from what I've heard it's a lot to do with money. The Marlins are a stingy team and a stingy operation, and they didn't really want to pay up. But I mean, she basically made them into a playoff team in 1 year, essentially, right? And I thought she did a great job with getting Jake Berger for the Marlins. So I don't know. I think I would like to see if it ended up being her as president and Click as the GM, or she was just the GM. Either way, I would love for her to be involved.
Yeah, I think it's a really good option. I do think all signs sort of point to Click. It's you do wonder. I mean, it's hard for us to know, but you do wonder how much input he's had on many of the decisions that have been made in the last number of years since he's been here.
I guess it's only really been this year and last year.
Yeah, and how much responsibility, if you're the one who's making the decision of who the GM is going to be, how much responsibility over the year and a half that James Click has been here do you think he deserves in some of those calls? And if you think that he was so aligned with Ross Atkins, if you ultimately are making a change to that position, then you might want to go in a different direction. But I do think if you have a ready-made GM who has won a World Series